far. Hi, hello, good evening, everyone. I hope you're keeping well. And we have been discussing the components pertaining to emotional intelligence so far. So, I'm not associated with this management issue, Satya. You can just reach out to the management, they can help you with the lectures. Yes, they should be sufficient for the exam to like build your basics. Just keep building upon certain examples. That is something which is necessary when we are speaking about writing answers powerfully. So let us start with this given dimension. I just like need to get the notes posted in all this. No, I'm forgetting to inform this given sub dimension. So I will be just helping you. I've given you foundational values and this notes, attitude notes, right? So there is something pertaining to ethical concerns in public administration and probity and all that, which I have created. I'll share all the notes with Amarjeet. I'll just share that and get it done for all of you. Keep reading the bullet notes that has been provided to all of you. So yesterday we started with emotional intelligence, and pertaining to into emotional intelligence, I just exposed all of you to the previous year questions, and after the previous year questions, I showed you the syllabus, the three components pertaining to the syllabus when we are reflecting upon it. So in the syllabus, all of us can see there is this utilities, concepts and application associated with this. Dimension of emotional intelligence. Just tired, Ambesh. Just tired. That's what. Nothing else. Okay, Ghulam. Not a problem. I'm just giving an overview, and I hope for your speedy recovery. So, with respect to this, five more after this one, Sarashti. So, when we are speaking of this given subsegment, as we are going to elaborate upon it, I helped all of you to understand what is emotions. I said that it is emotions are strong feeling, it is instinctive or intuitive feeling, and this is like emotion. When we are speaking of it, it is associated with complex reactions and our capability to understand emotional information. So, clubbed with all these possibilities, we can reflect upon the types of emotions that we are exposed to. After explaining that, I discussed with all of you that how, when we are discussing about the components of emotion, it is like when I quoted Kalidasa that when we are pushed to the corner and there is doubt, then the inclination of a good person is towards the heart. And in that situation, the heart becomes the deciding factor. Thus, it is important to be guided by the right set of values and emotion when we speak of it. So yesterday I gave you this insight associated with cognitive appraisal, and I said that it is the cognitive appraisal which leads to subjective experience and which further is associated with behavioral response, right? So behavioral response. So, when we are reflecting upon these three subsegments, it is then that we are able to see the like reality unfolding before all of us in a different perspective. So, a snake witnessed by a person, like in northern parts of India, in a park, the person will like the cognitive appraisal will be like danger. The subjective experience will be fear, and behavioral response will be like run away. Similarly, if a Chinese person who is into eating snakes is seeing a snake, the cognitive appraisal will be like a potential meal. The subjective experience will be like salivating or thinking about how to cook, and behavioral response will be like searching for tools to catch hold of the snake. So that is something which I had like explained to you, all of you, yesterday. Then we also discussed about positive and negative emotions, the types of emotions when we spoke of it. And then in the process I also discussed the Yerkes Dodson law. Prior to explaining the Yerkes Dodson law, after this cognitive and subjective experience and the behavioral response, I also discussed that how emotions being processed properly is necessary. When we are able to use cognitive appraisal to interpret the emotions intelligently, we are able to use the emotions in our favor. We are able to reflect upon the possibility of regulating our emotions intelligently. And that's why meditation is important. That's why like some pranayama or dhyan is important. And that's why I was also connecting it with how the yogis can regulate their adrenaline rush, how they can regulate the emotional surge. And in the process, I also gave you the example of Dhoni, MS Dhoni, that why was he was considered Captain Cool, and why his captaincy is still celebrated. It was because of his like agile attitude, even to the last moment, right? So even till the last moment, we could see that he could maintain his balance, and he could maintain the possibility of great performance when we are speaking of it, right? So that's what all of us can connect with. So and then like with respect to this, I also explained the difference between mood and emotion. I see that said that mood is relatively longer, it stays for a longer time period. Emotion is flippant, it has tremendous intensity, and with tremendous intensity, it just like surges up, the duration is low, and it fades off. Like sudden rage of anger, there can be a sudden possibility of threat or getting scared, fear. There can be like tremendous sense of happiness. And just because the sudden surge of emotions the body cannot handle, that's why we have a tendency to cry when we become emotional. After explaining all this given segment, I also explained to all of you the functions of emotion. And in the functions of emotion, we spoke of Yerkes Dodson law. So when we are like, as I am explaining upon it, so functions of emotion. So under the component of functions of emotion, the first function that emotion performs is emotion emotions motivate us can motivate us to take actions. So emotions can motivate us to take actions when we are speaking of it. And in the process of explaining this, I connected it with like the Yerkes Dodson law to all of you. And I discussed that how this Yerkes Dodson law helps us to understand that how the component of functional stress is also important, and how a bit of functional stress keeps us alert, agile, on our feet, and how it is like like when that functional stress is not there, then in that situation the performance can go low. A person can be bored and performance can be low. Improvement happens only when a bit of functional stress is there in our existence. If there is too much of stress, that too much of stress also starts fading off in the form of fatigue, exhaustion, health, and burnout. So there should always be a balance between how we are able to regulate our energy towards work. So emotions is something like yes, some people can cry also when they are angry, when they are very like surging up. Otherwise there will be palpitation. You'll see that they will have like a a face whereby they are shaking with anger. Some kind of physiological expression is there. So, when we are speaking of like this given dimension that emotions can motivate us to take action, you can connect it with the Yerkes Dodson law, which had been explained to all of you yesterday. Along with that, you can also say that emotions help us to thrive and survive, to thrive and survive, and avoid danger, avoid danger. And supporting this idea, I can quote Darwin. Darwin had said that emotions are helpful in nature, are helpful. He also said that it is important for evolutionary process. So important for evolutionary process. So it is important for the evolutionary process when we speak of it, right? Simultaneously, you can think of another function of emotion when we speak of this given dimension. That is, we can say that emotions prepare us to fight or to counter danger. To counter danger. Again, we can say the possibility can be associated with, like, let's say, emotions can help us in take better to, like, make decisions and develop attitudes. So emotions help us to take decisions and develop attitudes towards different things in our environment, right? So that is also something that we can put, especially like the smaller decisions of day to day decisions of our life, like who to vote, or like something like the choice of lunch, like, the clothing, etc. So we are guided by emotions for small and big things in life. So voting is a big thing, like choosing the lunch is a small thing. Also, we can see that emotions allow other people to understand us, other people to understand us. It's nature. I can't see what I have written in second point before comma. This is nature. Nature, nature, femina. So emotions allow other people to, we can say, um, understand us, understand us, and allow us to understand others. Allow us to understand others when we are speaking of this given dimension. Why the word nature is not visible? A lot of you are saying the word nature is not visible. It's written on the screen. I don't know. Okay, wait. Just let me know if I just write it again. Just see. Is it visible? Interesting. I mean, nature was written over here. How come it was not visible? Maybe some technical glitch, right? Maybe some technical glitch. So anything that I spoke in last 2 minutes, I just wrote it down. So I said, the second point I repeat, just let me know. I mean, imagine how will I know that it's not written when I have written it on the screen? So just let me know. I have written this thing that emotions help us to thrive and survive and avoid danger. And I quoted Darwin. I've written Darwin dash, and then I have written emotions are helpful in nature, important for evolutionary process. Full stop. Right? So it's interesting how this happened. So okay, and I got conscious. I was like, it's written also clearly. Why is it not visible to Femina? And thank God she noticed it, because if she had not hyphenated that, ma'am, it's not visible. So then, okay. Now, so when we are speaking about functions of intelligence, after functions of intelligence, I discussed about our disposition towards emotional intelligence. How before 1990, our understanding of emotional intelligence was not up to mark. We did not accept that, like, a discipline like emotional intelligence is like should exist, because emotion was not given. Fourth and fifth line got erased. Priyanka. I've written fourth point as emotions help us to take decisions and develop attitudes towards different things in our environment. Okay. So that's there. Don't worry, anyway, this PPT will go. It's visible, no? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ambesh and Sai. So if someone is experiencing some problem, Priyanka, why don't you just refresh? Just refresh. This problem would be over. So traditional position, when we are speaking of this given dimension, pre 1990, so we see that emotions were not given like importance, and with respect to this traditional position, we can see that the emotions were largely absent from the world of academics. Philosophers, they focused more on intention, the wants, the purposes, the desires, and how they like substantiated the given possibility that, without emotions, we need to actually pay more attention to what is the real intention or what is guiding the purpose, the action. And the impact of emotion was as such on actions that it was helping us to understand the indirect or insignificant possibilities that were unfolding in our lives. That then 1990 onward, we all can see that David Goleman comes into David, I'm saying Daniel Goleman. Daniel Goleman came into existence, and Daniel Goleman wrote the book Emotional Intelligence, and along with him, we see that in the domain of psychology, emotion bit by bit and relevance of emotion catches up. So the world started talking about emotion, how it is playing a vital or a crucial role to help us decide and determine, and even it plays a supportive role in our life to grow. So, we can see that Daniel Goleman contributed later on. It started influencing and inspiring a lot of, we can see, philosophers, psychologists, right, neurobiologists, all of them. They started getting inspired. They started getting inspired with the insights pertaining to what is emotional intelligence, and probably what can comprise of in the under the contents of emotional intelligence. So when they started discussing about this given dimension, we see that the neurobiologists, they incorporated the insights, they took the insights, and they also started discussing that how emotions can play a very important role in our existence and decision making per se. So we see that after this, the very discussion of what is emotional intelligence in totality, that came into action. So, first and foremost, we can quote Albert Einstein. He said that the true science of intelligence is not knowledge, but it is imagination. And simultaneously, we can quote Socrates. So, Socrates said that I know that I am intelligent because I know that I know nothing. So, the very possibility that I know that I know nothing, this is the mark of an intelligent person, because if you visit any library, you understand that how tiny you are in the world of wisdom, how less you know, and how frugal is the human reality, and how much more needs to be consolidated or created accordingly. So, when we are speaking of this given possibility pertaining to intelligence, so we can see that what intelligence is, and thus we can interpret what emotional intelligence is. So, intelligence is the individual's capability to think rationally, to act purposefully, and to deal effectively with one's own environment. So, if I'm talking about this possibility of in emotional intelligence, so emotional word if it comes, so we will add feel. Okay, so the moment, suppose if I'm talking about emotional intelligence, then I will use the same sentence. It will be the capacity of an individual to, and here I will add, to feel and think. Okay, so rest everything will be the same. The capacity of an individual to feel and think. Okay, to feel and think rationally, act purposefully, and deal effectively with one's own environment. So if we are speaking of emotional intelligence, we need to understand that how emotional, E is for emotional, it is associated with feel, and then we have think, that is associated with the component of intelligence. So feel and think, and then both can be clubbed together and create a wholesome meaning. And when we are talking about the component of our idea of intelligence, there are so many types of intelligence: social intelligence, interpersonal intelligence, intrapersonal intelligence, etc. Whatnot. So, if I speak of emotional intelligence, so emotional intelligence, if I elaborate upon it, I can say that it is the ability to understand, understand, and effectively apply the power of the power of Emotions, the power of emotions as a source of human energy, as a source of human energy. Emotions, connection, and influence. Connections and influence. It is the way of recognizing, understanding, and choosing how we think, how we think, feel, and act. How we think, feel, and act. We can also say that it shapes our interactions. It shapes our interactions with others and our understanding of ourselves. Understanding of ourselves. It's like, in other words, I can say that it is intelligent handling, like, or we can say intelligently handling. So, intelligently handling our emotions for optimum results. Our emotions for optimum results. That's what we can connect with when we are speaking about the idea of emotional intelligence in greater detail. So, this is like the elaborate explanation of it, which all of you can use as you are substantiating the given dimension. All right. So, with respect to this, when we are further substantiating it, there is also the term you must have heard of EQ and IQ, emotional quotient and intelligence quotient. Quotient means how you measure, so how you measure the emotions and how you measure the intelligence. That's why in IQ you measure a person's intelligence. There are certain benchmarks. When a person qualifies for the specific tests and is evaluated, there are certain benchmarks that are qualified and certain number is given. So when we are speaking of this component of EQ and IQ, probably because when I further substantiate the terms, it should make sense to all of you. So probably I can just like connect this given component of EQ and IQ with all of you. So when we are talking about EQ and IQ, emotional quotient and like we can say intelligence quotient, in simple language we can say, because right now I'm simply explaining, not mentioning or writing anything on the board. Now because that will make more sense when I'm talking about the components of emotional intelligence, then this diagram will make more sense. Right now just a brief overview, that's what I'm giving. So when we are talking about IQ, IQ is measuring intelligence. When I speak of emotional quotient, it is like measuring how much like emotional intelligence we have. Okay. So when we are talking about IQ, IQ can be like we can say it is deciding our nature in terms of the facts, the knowledge we have gained from the past, the expertise, the technical expertise, the skills that we have gained from past. Whereas emotional quotient will be depending on the childhood experience we have had, the kind of parenting, or parents are not there, not alive, or the violence or lack of violence in which we have been grown up, the kind of confidence, courage, like all the other forms of emotions, how they have touched upon us and how they have shaped our personality. Again, through training, emotional quotient can be enhanced, it can be increased. For example, like Gandhiji is also talking about it in his autobiography. You're reading the autobiography, you are gaining some emotional intelligence, how to process our nature, how to overcome the vices that we may suffer from. So emotional quotient, when we speak of it, is influenced from the very early childhood experiences, not just genetics if we speak of it. And emotional intelligence or emotional quotient, we can see it is something which is coming out of great deal of, we can say, guidance, dedication, that we can improve upon it, we can grow upon it. And it also depends on one more thing: how open the learner is to learn, to grow, to improve his or her nature, his or her thought process. So it is not something which can be coerced from outside, it also has to be processed from within. A person has to be open from within to receive it. Okay, so that's there. Like, I still remember when I was doing Vipassana in the year 2015. So while Vipassana is a, like, Buddhist method of meditation, so when I went for the Vipassana camp in Dharamshala, it's free for all, it's open for all, free for all, just that you have to register and you have to live the life of a monk. You get just lunch to eat, a very light khichdi like breakfast, and a very evening snack is more like poha or murmura kind of a thing. And you don't get a very heavy breakfast, or you don't get dinner at all. And you have to live like that for 10 days, and no talking to anyone, no phones to be used, no books to be read, no conversation with the inmates who are staying there. So it's like based on the principle of living the life of a monk, completely dissociating and making inner conversation with yourself, and then silencing that conversation, like just seeing your emotions move like ripples, like waves, the chaos within, the conversation not ready to stop. So, like, the possibility of exercising absolute silence, not only silence in the outside world, the visual world, the possibility of what we are hearing, how, with whom, how we are interacting, not just that, more than that. When we are speaking of it, it is, I would say, it is associated with the inside reality of what we are living and like exercising. So when we speak of emotional intelligence, it is more associated with how we are, processing the very existence at a larger level. So in that, I remember they taught us a very interesting piece of information which Buddha had shared. So it was said that if you are unable to regulate your emotion, your anger, sadness, distress, whatever someone is suffering from, just pay attention to your breath. The smallest unit of your emotion is the breath. So the emotion first and foremost has physiological response. If you notice how it is impacting your breath, and if you are able to impact your breath, you are able to cool off your breath, you are able to regulate your breath slowly and steadily. With the regulation of the breath, the way you are processing the emotion and responding to the emotion, that also changes. Okay, that also changes. So when we are speaking of that given subsegment, so that's why you all need to understand that emotion has to deal with how we process the emotion, how we respond to the emotion, how we react to the emotion. So that is also something which all of us need to understand, right? So when we are increasing our emotional quotient, we perform better at workplace, in professional field, and also in our personal space. We are like better human beings, like handling our personal relations better, like living in a more, I would say, cordial way with our loved ones. So that's there. And like intelligence quotient is associated with knowing the technical know-how, having the skills, the expertise, all the, like, we can say, facts that we have gained from the past. Okay, so that is something which we all can speak of. Yeah, actually, if you, Vanshika, listen to Mr. Goenka, uh, who had like introduced Vipassana back to India, because it was initially given by Buddha, but for a brief time period it was taken back. So Vanshika, he said that in 1980s Sri Sri was his disciple, and he said, why not to monetize the program? So to which the Guruji like said that no, we should never monetize any method of human transformation, because that is a sin. Nothing should be monetized, because if you monetize the process, it loses its purpose. Okay, it is generally said in the spiritual world that if you are exploiting your knowledge or your wisdom for some immediate gratification or monetization, you lose that vidya, or you lose that the essence. So that is something which he said that I had discouraged, and I had discouraged him to not monetize it, but he did not stop. And he says that, and it is on record. And no, like Mr. Goenka is no more alive. And he was the person who had conducted Vipassana in 1980s in Tihar jail, whereby Kiran Bedi facilitated the largest offline meditation workshop across the world with respect to prison inmates. It was a huge social experiment, and it proved to be a massive thumping success. All right, Vanchika. So these are the, I would say, ugly truths of our cult leaders, which surfaces up once in a while. Okay, glad to know that, Mansi. So, so emotional quotient, and when we are speaking of like intelligence quotient, when we are speaking of this given sub dimension. So, as I was discussing, what is emotion, what is emotional intelligence, and as I explained the difference between IQ and EQ very briefly to all of you, then we can reflect upon the types of intelligence that we are surrounded by. So, with respect to types of intelligence, we can see Howard Gardner is the thinker who said that there are different types of intelligence that we possess, like at emotional level, at intrapersonal level, that we can say at our, we can say biological level, at different levels. We possess different types of intelligence, and there are different permutation combinations in which it is present in everyone. Initially, he had proposed 7 types, later, he made it 9 types. So, we will be exploring what are the types of intelligence that we all can understand. So, this is the diagram which all of you can connect with in terms of the types of intelligence which impacts upon a human being. So, you can see the first one, if I start it with like intrapersonal intelligence. So, what is intrapersonal intelligence? So, intrapersonal intelligence is associated with understanding your own self, how you feel. Like, for example, when you process how you can get angry, how things can trigger you, when they trigger you, how they impact your breath, how they impact your thought process, how it impacts your wholesome existence, and how you have a tendency to regulate it. Because only when you are able to like understand, process, and connect, it is then that you can understand that how to regulate and put a check, right? So that's why Howard Gardner, when he's talking about, we can say intrapersonal intelligence, intra means within. So when you are as a person, you are able to look within, delve within, know yourself, know how your emotions are getting processed, and how you have a tendency to respond to it. So that is something which we all can connect with. Okay, intrapersonal, when we are talking about it. Similarly, when we are speaking of spatial intelligence, so under the subcomponent of spatial intelligence, we can associate it with how we are visualizing our world, how we are noticing our world which is unfolding before all of us. So when we are talking about the spatial, we can say intelligence, so under the component of spatial intelligence, we can reflect upon what is unfolding before all of us in the like 3D world or in the 3D reality. We can think of that possibility. We can also reflect upon the reality associated with, we can consider the segments associated with what is, we can say, unfolding before all of us in terms of how we can see the world, how we can see things like the shapes, the forms which are existing around us. That's why you can see that here is an image whereby a person is going for trekking or mountaineering. So how you are able to visualize the things which are around you, how you are able to see the things which are around you. So that's like the spatial intelligence. When you are the spatial intelligence is also something which helps you to drive. When you are driving a vehicle, you are using spatial intelligence, how much your vehicle is going to take space, how to turn it, etc. So that's also associated with it. Then we can see this naturalistic intelligence. What is naturalist? When you know how other living beings, living creatures are responding, like we can say the flora and the fauna, the animal world as well as the plant world. So when you are able to interpret the movement, the growth, okay. So like for example, every time I what is visualizing a 3D? I hope Shivaji you can understand that. I told you the way we are driving the vehicle, okay, or other than the way we are driving the vehicle, how we are climbing the mountain. So it's the 3D visualization which aids our movement, isn't it? So that's what is spatial. Naturalistic, when we are talking about it, it is associated with nature, our sense of understanding the nature. So I know that what I put in my plant that leads to its growth, how even talking to plants is helpful, generating positive emotions is helpful, right? So all that is associated with the segment of naturalist. The naturalist intelligence is your connectivity with nature, okay. So that's also there. Like for example, I still I don't know how correct it was. So maybe I had a dog in the past and raised it, so I have like some kind of understanding of dogs' natures. So what happened was that a few days back I was going back home. So I got down from the metro and I was walking to my apartment, which is just next to the metro, barely like 100 meters away. So as I was walking down the street, so what happened was that two dogs were like fighting, and not like fiercely fighting. It was like kind of cool fight, but it was like they were fighting. So I saw that and I was passing by. I was like, why are you fighting, guys? Huh? So is that making any sense? Just like just wow, fighting like fools and like creating a disturbance. So they just calmed down. They looked at me surprised and they walked off. Okay, that let's fight somewhere else. So because after I walked few meters ahead, again after some time I started like hearing them fighting, but they just cooled off and they walked out of the scene. That okay, we are good boys. There's nothing to do with fighting. So it came as a surprise. Later I thought that what did I do and why did I talk to random dogs as if they will understand my language? I have not trained them or brought them up. So I just thought of it. But it was something like the natural flow with which I used to converse with my dog, that it just happened with like those dogs also. Similarly, if like suppose I'm traveling and I have to leave my plants for 20 days, 25 days at a stretch, because sometimes if I'm taking ethics or certain portions, other portions of GSO, it the sessions can really grow long. So if I'm missing from Delhi for such a long time, though I have told my staff to water the plants, they can still shrivel, they can get affected by the change in the nature. So before leaving, I just talk to them for 2 3 minutes. That's it. I mean, like, take care of yourself, I'm going to travel, so just be resilient. Even if like sometimes water is not provided, it grows hot, because you just have to fight it fit. Okay, I'll come back and check all of you that you all should be healthy. And I have seen that like the plants, they are healthy, they are strong, even in the face of too much of heat, and even the neighbors complaining that they are watering their plants and they are drying, but mine ones, they remain robust. So they are as probably sometimes tough as me. So that's also interesting, that given that possibility probably I can sense. So the plants can sense energy. It has been proved by Jagdish Chandra Bose also in the past. So, and as I was a child, I was reading about, like, there was a chapter in our book. So, as I read that chapter, it had a profound impact. Also, my grandma was too much into plants and trees at home, like back at home when I was a kid. It was like so beautiful. There was so much of flora and fauna, some 200, 300 odd pots, and there were like some like 8 10 trees. There was a little pond in my house. So I was very connected to the flora and fauna. And probably that was something which is associated with this naturalist intelligence, though people living in rural areas associated with farming, they have this naturalist intelligence at a much sharper pace. They can see the clouds and they can tell you when it will rain, or they can sense the breeze, or they can see the movement of the stars and they can tell you that what kind of weather is upcoming in next few days. So that's naturalist intelligence, when you can read nature, when you can read like the possibility associated with like we can say the plants and the animals. So that's also something which is very essential, and it is also a type of intelligence, and it should be a part of curriculum. and it should be something which should be developed, because it generates a deep sense of connect. You don't feel that as a humankind you are the superior most race, you are putting yourself on the top of the food chain or something. No, you understand that in the biome, like other creatures, you are also a part of it. So the sense of synergy is better, exploitation of nature can be avoided. So that's why this is also important. Okay, now with respect to this, when we are speaking of this given dimension, yes, you can do skating also, Vivek, with spatial intelligence. All right. So when we are speaking of musical is something which we again have naturally ingrained in us. Like we can differentiate between sounds, we can differentiate between pitch, tone, rhythm, timbre, all of it. So that's why, like, if you are little low on energy and you play some very nice soothing music of forest or birds or flowing water or something like that, it just relaxes you, it just calms you down, because there is the impact of vibration. That's why you can nowadays see people go for sound healing, whereby certain brass, we can say, brass utensils are used in a specific manner, and certain moving of wood and energizing that specific utensils, and the kind of impact it has on our body in terms of the vibrations that it produces on our body, that is something that can be connected with the sound healing music impacting us. You can see that from opera singers to classical Hindustani singers and Carnatic singers, they are so pro, isn't it, with their ways of singing. But only a person who understands the difference and the challenge in creating a specific pitch, singing in a specific pitch or a tone or a rhythm or a timbre, can appreciate that form of singing. Not everyone can appreciate or develop that taste. Okay, so that's also there. So again, we can connect it with logical and mathematical intelligence. So this is associated with how we quantify things, how we deduce a hypothesis, how we are arriving at a specific, we can say, level of understanding related to a given subtopic. So with respect to, we can, when we are talking about types of intelligence, we can also connect it with the logical mathematical version of intelligence, which is feeding us, or which is building our basics when we speak of it, right? So again, we can think of existential intelligence. This is associated with, which I very off, on and off, I keep raising it. This existential intelligence is associated with the basic inquiry related to the purpose of life, which informally I always say that what is the purpose of human life? Is it just to, like, to eat, to defecate, to reproduce, and to die? Is that the purpose of human life? Even animals are doing that. So, beyond that animal state, what is the purpose of human life? And if someone says, yes, that is the purpose of human life, then going by that standard, Vivekananda wasted his life. Then going by that standard, like Ramanujan also wasted his life to a certain extent, right? So existential intelligence is something which tackles, which helps you to tackle, first to raise meaningful questions related to what is the purpose of my life, how is my life different from that of other creatures, how, like, my sense of awareness and alertness can create better possibilities in this world, and what to do, how to live, and then also, like, how to process and accept the possibility of even death, demise. So the very dimension associated with existential intelligence can be associated with how we are processing the reality around us, and how we can break through or break free from it when we are talking about this given dimension, right? Again, we can connect it with interpersonal intelligence. Interpersonal, as the word goes, inter, so with others. So when the relationship is with others, okay, when we are able to interact with others and sense their real intention, their real feeling. There are uncles and aunts and some relatives, no, who will say that, oh, so you are studying and you'll one day become IS officer, yeah, so okay, don't forget us and study well. If you study well, then you shall clear. And still you sense the rat, you're like, the person was not really motivating, the person was really not very positive with my preparation. And how did you sense? You sensed it with the tone, the method in which it was spoken. It was not like you will study and I'm very sure that you will make it. That's one way of saying it. And another way of saying it is, if you will study, then you may make it. If is a condition, may is also a probability. So a condition and a probability clubbed together gives a subtle sense to us, any person who's sharp in comprehension, that the person is really not supportive of our journey. So that is something which you can connect with the component of interpersonal. When you are able to sense the a person's feelings and motives, and accordingly you can, like, use it as per your understanding. No, when Hardeep, we are speaking of movies, documentaries, biographies, books that are triggering your emotion. So they are triggering your emotion pertaining to, we can say, the emotion pertaining to aesthetics. The aesthetics which can be associated with nurturing you emotionally, and it is like nurturing you sometimes with facts and information about the larger world. So some facts can be associated with nature, something can be associated with music, something can be associated with logic, something can be associated with your existence when you are talking about the books, because different chapters, different topics, so different possibilities of nurturing, isn't it? Logical, mathematical. Well, Anushka, have you done maths ever in life at any stage? So that is your mathematical intelligence. When you are capable to solve maths and understand the importance of the formulae that is being taught to you. That's what. Okay. So we can also, why human beings have a tendency not to accept death, because human beings are not comfortable with transition, any kind of change. Any kind of change makes human beings uncomfortable. Though we adapt, but we are not very comfortable to move out of our comfort state of comfort. And that's not a state of comfort. There is unpredictability, there is uncertainty beyond death. So that's the reason. Okay. So yes, there is one more Anushka, and that is also there. So that is Anuishka. That's how it's written. So is it scientific fact that that when we play music closer to plants, it contributes to their longevity? Depends on the nature of music. Devansh, nature of music. The music is too disturbing, then the plants will not like it, and you can see the contortions. If the music is soothing, you can see that glowing in the health of the plants over the days. So that's what. So musical music. That's what, Baldev. How you understand music, the music you like and the music you don't like. That's what is musical intelligence. Okay. So, interpersonal, I hope everyone is understanding interpersonal. So, after that, there is bodily kinesthetic intelligence, whereby you know how your mind can coordinate with the body. So, people learning judo, karate, taekwondo, boxing, even running, balancing your body, that is associated with bodily kinesthetic intelligence. When you know what is the stretch level of your body, how much your body can perform, what possibilities you can create with your body, okay, what kind of breakthroughs you can create with your body. So that is bodily kinesthetic intelligence when we speak of it. Okay. Similarly, we can think of linguistic. So linguistic intelligence, when we are talking about it, it is like finding the right kind of words, right kind of expression, which is building upon our, we can say, language, which is building upon our basic skills, which is building upon our, we can say, right set of understanding and insight. So that is like associated with linguistic intelligence, okay, when we are talking about it. Fine. So, okay, all right, Subhash, congratulations that finally you won. So, with respect to this given dimension, when we are talking about the types of intelligence, I hope all the types of intelligence is understood. Please support to Shivam, SME. I think he is struggling with some technical issue. So, with respect to this, Shivam, try to refresh or leave the session and try to join it again. That will help you. So, these are the types of intelligence as discussed by Howard Gardner. Then we come up with the triarchic theory of intelligence, which was given by Robert Sternberg. He said that this is yet another type of intelligence. Okay, so he said that intelligence can be broken into three subparts. Oh, three, I said, I wrote three. This is how the brain works, you know. I speak faster, write slower. Yeah. So the three subsets in which intelligence can be broken when we are speaking of this given dimension. So, Hardeep, it will first and foremost, when you are not chasing a target, you are doing for the sake of doing it, for gaining a balance, for gaining better grip over your body, not comparing with others or chasing some targets which is there in your mind. No, just living the day, feeling healthier in your body, seeing that when you get up and you do gymming, how it makes you alert, refreshed. So when you start developing all that, then only you will develop that, like bodily kinesthetic intelligence. Right now you are exercising, but intelligence is yet to develop. Got it? That's what is needed. Now, so Robert Sternberg, triarchic theory of intelligence, when we are discussing, three segments are there. One is the analytical like intelligence, which is related to componential intelligence. So componential analytical intelligence. Then there is like experiential or creative intelligence, and then there is practical contextual intelligence. So analytical is associated with book smart, when you have achieved like degrees and accolades in the past. It is associated with IQ, the analytical intelligence. So, like one of your friends was asking that, ma'am, if I have read a lot of books, in which category will it fall? So, it will fall under this given dimension. Okay, so componential or analytical intelligence is associated with book related, or we can say it can be related to IQ, it can be associated with the academic achievements, and such individuals are very good at problem solving. They can join the dots, they can recall something they have studied in the past and connect it with the present application or a present solution, so they can join the dots well. They can make information flow in a fluid manner, in an effortless manner, and that is something which can be witnessed, how it enhances their thinking ability, it enhances their ability to, like, evaluate, to understand, to, like, connect with all those given sub dimensions per se. Okay, so the componential or analytical intelligence, when we speak of it, this is how we can connect with the given dimension. Again, we can reflect upon, we can say, experiential and creative intelligence. Under the sub segment, yes, this all this content is going to help you also in essay writing, which is associated with ethics, big time. It will help you to first and foremost interpret the topics better, and once you can interpret it, you can just incorporate the insights better. Okay, so experiential and creative intelligence, when we reflect upon this, we can think about the ability to invent new ideas and solutions when dealing with new situations. So, experiential or creative intelligence, when we speak of this word, we can think of the existing knowledge and skills. They are used in order to deal with new problems or situations. Okay, so the existing knowledge and skills are used in order to deal with new problems or situations. So that's what we can talk about. Again, with respect to practical and contextual intelligence, when we are discussing about it, so that can be associated with, we can say, street smart intelligence. So, street smart intelligence or the common sense, when we are discussing about it, so that is related to, we can say, the ability of an individual or the ability of a person to adapt to an environment, okay, to change according to the needs of the environment, and something that is best suited, okay, best suited as per the personal needs, okay, best suited with respect to how, like, to deal with the daily tasks, everyday tasks, in the best possible manner. That is something which you, like, are having, and that is something which is giving you a practical or a contextual intelligence to begin with. These are some dry areas. Memorize it, you will be able to deal with it. Okay, so whether it is Howard Gardner's type of intelligence or it is Robert Sternberg's triarchic theory of intelligence, just like memorize it, note it down, memorize it, or just draw diagrams, memorize it, it will be done. This is something dry area, I don't think so. Such a simple question will be asked, discuss the types of intelligence, but like, there are some theoretical areas that once in a while they tend to ask, and what kind of intelligence is required for a civil servant and how, something like that. So you should be able to like use the wisdom accordingly. Now, the most important area, the emotional and social intelligence model, which is also called the framework of emotional intelligence or framework of emotional intelligence, or it can also be called components of emotional intelligence, right? So we all can connect with this given dimension. Maya, what you are asking is a management related issue, beta. I am also employed to teach. If you are asking, tell your faculty who is my faculty. I am the faculty. You are suffering from an issue of management. Please reach out to the management. All right. So, ma'am, can a person possess all 9 types of intelligence? No. A person, Sudipto, cannot possess at equal levels all types of intelligence. That's pretty rare. There can be different permutations, combinations. Like someone can have like very amazing bodily kinesthetic intelligence, but other kind of intelligence may be little snubbed. Someone can possess very amazing musical intelligence, and other kind of intelligence can be like suppressed, or some 3 4 combinations can be more, we can say, polished and sharpened, another 2 3 can be little suppressed. So that's how, Sudipto, the component of intelligence exists in us. We will be discussing about it, Sarashti, as we are talking about components of emotional intelligence. All right. So Maya, reach out to the management and just like ask whatever is your query over there. Okay. I hope it gets solved, and it should get solved. So in my opinion, our education system should adopt this model. Yes, so very true. So we will be reflecting upon this model. So when we are speaking of it, we need to combine this diagram with yet another diagram which is given over here. So this one, sorry, this one. So this diagram is same, this one is exactly same as per this diagram. It's just that few terms were given extra here and few terms were given extra over there. So when we are talking about the like, or suppose you also get a question like this, that increase, how can we increase our emotional intelligence? If you get a question like this also, there also you can use this like diagram and explain. A direct question like what are the components of emotional intelligence, then you can discuss that also. How to work upon our emotional intelligence, talk about this diagram. So there are 5 segments which we all can connect with, right? So with respect to the 5 segments, we can see the first one is self awareness, then comes self management. There is a third component over here in between, that is motivation. After motivation, then we can think of social awareness, and then fifth is relation management. So these 2 areas are associated with social, okay, and these 2 areas are associated with personal, and these 2 areas are associated with management, and these 2 areas are associated with awareness, as you can see, right? So, and at the same thing which we all can talk about. So, SME, please look into Shivam's concern if this child can be helped out. So, anger, fears in part of intrapersonal, yes, it is something associated with happening within you. So, that's what it is, intrapersonal. Person is having intelligence, yes. So, now with respect to this diagram, as we are reflecting upon it, we need to understand that emotional intelligence comes when we are perceiving the emotion, we are able to understand those emotion, we are able to use those emotion, and we are able to manage that emotion, then only we are able to put emotional intelligence in action. So emotional intelligence, as I was suggesting, that it is associated with the self and associated with the social. And with the self or social, there is a component of recognition or awareness, and the management component is related to regulation. So when you are making the diagram, you can use the border areas of this one, whereby recognition and regulation, self and social is used. Okay, first part is like self, second is like self awareness, then self management, then third in between, which is missing, is motivation, which is keeping all of them ticking. Fourth is social awareness, and fifth is relationship management. The details is almost similar, which is written in between in the two diagrams. Okay, so I will be explaining this given component thoroughly. So which website? I did not discuss any website, Shivam. I don't know what this kid is hearing now. Till now, he was experiencing some technical glitch. SME, please help Shivam if possible. Now, so these are like purely and completely associated with psychology and B.Ed. Okay, in B.Ed you must have studied psychology, Rupender, and it's good that you are able to connect with this, right? So here, when we are starting with the first one, that is self awareness, let us start with this one. So self awareness is associated with what? So self awareness is associated with knowing oneself, like emotional awareness of oneself. Okay, knowing thyself, or emotional awareness of oneself, which can also be seen over here as emotional self awareness, accurate self assessment, self confidence, right? So then we are able to generate self awareness, right? These are the methods of generating self awareness. When we are able to understand our emotion, what we are going through, why we are going through, how we will be able to deal with it, in what way we will be able to control it, regulate it. Okay, so many people say that they never feel angry, so that they lack self awareness. Those who say that we never ever feel angry, so the segment is that they are not aware of oneself. Why? Because if someone like a, let's say, murderer has come, someone who is a serial killer has come, someone who is a serial rapist who has come, and still if you don't feel angered seeing the person, if there is injustice happening in the society in front of you, someone is beating up a poor and helpless person, man or woman, and you're not feeling angry, I mean, the method to modulate the anger, the method to regulate the anger, the method to address the situation is different. But if there is not an arousal of irritation and anger, that means you are not aware of your own self, because a person of self awareness does know, is aware that, what is the person experiencing. The person is aware of one's emotional side and knows, because the first step to emotional intelligence is recognizing the emotion. So if you don't recognize the emotion, then how will you create a breakthrough when we speak of it? Okay, so ignoring an emotion or becoming stubborn or adamant that I do not possess this emotion is not the solution. We are human beings, we will be laden with regular general emotions. The smartness is how to modify it, how to regulate it in our favor. Okay, so that is something which we all can speak of. So we can first and foremost, as we start with the very first one, so we can talk about self awareness, and like we can say, so self awareness, when we are discussing it, it can be connected with our emotional awareness and self confidence. So emotional awareness and self confidence, emotional awareness and self confidence, okay, are the two things that can generate self awareness, that can generate self awareness. Okay, when we are speaking of it, that can generate self awareness. Then we can further speak of this given dimension. It helps to understand, it helps to understand our emotions and let not the feelings rule us. Rule us. Okay. Um, it also helps, self awareness also helps to take an honest look. Take an honest look at oneself. This is what self awareness means. Now, what are the techniques to increase self awareness? Because I said, how can we increase emotional intelligence? So, all these 5 segments needs to be like increased. So, techniques to increase self awareness. Nice. So, techniques to increase self awareness, what are they? So, first you can talk about talking to trusted friends. When your trusted friends can guide you. So, talking to trusted friends. Then, second, you can talk about having good mentors. Having good mentors. Then, you can also talk about stimulation training. Stimulation training. And after stimulation training, fourth, we can talk about emotional literacy. Emotional literacy. And fifth, we can talk about getting regular feedback at workplace. Feedback at workplace. In fact, along with this, I can at workplace only if you are getting some sensitivity training. So I can add this sensitivity training. Sensitivity training. Means, Saurav, why are you so surprised? How is it possible I don't know about this mention system? I have not written mention system anywhere. So, what is the question? I cannot understand it. Gautam Buddha was very calm in front of Angulimal. His anger was absent. Yes, so very true. His anger was absent because he was experiencing compassion, because he was experiencing a man who was so helpless, so lost, living all by himself in forest, no one ready to listen to him or trust him or give him a chance for self reformation. That is the mark of a sage. You are able to see, you are able to see through the helplessness of a person irrespective of who the person is, and you are able to see the scope of reformation in everyone. That's why when Buddha was asked, when Anand died, that his one of his disciples said that, sir, you are the enlightened one. You are able to see things like far beyond us and realize the larger reality of existence. So don't you ever feel sad like Anand, your favorite disciple, best disciple, has died? To which Buddha said that we are not, till the time we are in this human body, we are not free from human emotions. Human emotions shall come, but we need to observe it, just pass by like a, like we can say, breeze of air. We don't need to let it stay. It's like, don't start serving tea to your emotions. It is then that they can cause damage. They are happening, you can see, I felt like this happened, let it pass, don't entertain that emotion. Anyway, that's not what Buddha said. So Buddha said that emotions shall come, that is how you experience the emotion, but um, anytime you experience a specific emotion, you see the larger picture, the purpose of the emotion, and see its impact on your breath. If it is impacting your breath, it is impacting your quality of life right now. If you feel it has no relevance in the larger picture, then, and you understand the futility of this, that emotion, let it pass. Let it pass as you breathe easy, and it shall start, like, decreasing in its impact on your thought and on your body. And as it decreases its impact on your thought and body, you shall free yourself from the emotion. Okay, so that's what, when we are speaking of that given question which you asked, Vishal. All right. So now, having talk with trusted friends, all of you can understand, good mentors, that's why the role of guru is very important. Stimulation training is like appearing for multiple test series, appearing for test series before mains, so that you train yourself to handle the palpitation and stress before mains, the sweaty palms, the nervousness after seeing the question paper. You are able to train yourself accordingly for it. Okay. Similarly, when we are talking about this emotional literacy, so emotional literacy is understanding and identifying what are good and bad emotions. So, understanding and identifying, we can say, good and bad emotions. Okay. And similarly, getting feedback at workplace, sensitivity training, so by which you can understand through an unstructured meeting sitting in the office, or creating a hot seat like thing, and the hot seat passing to every member, and everyone is able to honestly talk about their emotion, what they felt for each other, and what kind of breakthroughs they need, and then misconceptions can be cleared. You can encourage others to speak of about their attitude, and how the reformation is attitude in the attitude is possible. Okay. You can also use psychological therapies, psychological therapies and tests. So tests and therapies that can also help an individual to overcome any kind of delimitation pertaining to self awareness. All right. So, techniques to strengthen self awareness. I hope all of you are understanding it. Then comes the second subcomponent, that is self management. With respect to self management, when we are talking about it, so self management, as you all can see, it is when we are reflecting upon the same. So, self management is associated with a positive outlook, achievement oriented outlook, ability, and adaptability, emotional self control, being resilient, capable to manage stress, like all the good things which are required for a leader, that has been like pushed over here. And as you are able to see more words related to it, it's given here also. So, self control, transparency, adaptability, achievement drive, initiative, all these are components associated with self management. Now, I think that there is a lot of segment pertaining to self management when we are speaking of components associated with self management. So, the components of self management are there. How about discussing specific techniques to do self management? Okay, so let me explain that. Techniques for self management, right? So, techniques for self management. Under the component of techniques of bad emotion, anger, jealousy, hatred, all these are bad emotion, Hardeep. Yeah. So, with respect to self management, you can talk about first and foremost what I did, drinking water, because water douses the heat. Anytime you're angry, sad, jealous, think of the situation and your body gets heated up, and the heat is directing the adrenaline rush. Okay, so drinking water dilutes adrenaline rush. So, whether a person is crying and sad or angry, we offer water. That please have a glass of water. That's the logic. Again, doing favorite things. Doing favorite things, in other words, engaging the senses. And when I say engaging the senses, we all can connect it with like listening to some devotional songs or songs that make us happy. We can get into laughter therapy. We can think of maybe something associated with reverse counting, all these things which can help us calm down. We can also connect it with sports and gym. So, sports, gym, you will see the people who are regularly into gymming and sports, they are very calm people, like having a very bulky muscular body, but like the attitude of a lamb. Cool, very cool people. So people, whether they are into like doing kushti pehalwani or they are into exercising, you'll see there are very people with very cool temperament, because all the heat has been burnt. So that's why the temperament becomes cool and humble, right? So that's also you can connect with. Again, you can associate it with yoga, meditation, breath exercise. So breathing exercises. So that's what. You can also connect it with innovation, when you are open to new ideas, open to new ideas, maintaining standards of integrity and honesty. So maintaining standards of integrity and honesty, right? Taking responsibility of one's own performance, so that will save you from jealousy. So taking responsibility of one's own performance, okay, and that is anger, jealousy, all of it you can think, right? So adaptability, you can think of it, so capability to handle change with flexibility, that is something which you can talk of. So all these given sub dimensions can be put to order over here. Then we can speak of motivation. Under the sub dimension of motivation, you can think of, like, let's say, why to reduce our anger or emotional control. Okay, so that is something, that is motivation is made up of, first is achievement drive, and that is like constantly striving to grow better, like, improve our own standards of excellence, beat our own standards of excellence. So that is also something which we can say. SME, please support me with students queries, small queries or assertions that they need, that is it associated with this and is it associated with that. So just help me with that. Again, with respect to this, when we are talking of motivation, the second thing which we can speak of, that motivation is made up of achievement drive. Second, you can also say that it is the ability to delay gratifications, ability to delay gratifications. I can give you an example which is associated with marshmallow experiment. Okay, marshmallow experiment. So in this marshmallow experiment, what happened was that kids, like, school going children, they were put to experiment for few years. So what was done was that in a classroom, the teacher said to little kids that I'm going to distribute marshmallows. So those children who immediately want a marshmallow will receive one and they will have to go. And those children who are ready to wait, they will get two marshmallows, but you will have to wait for some time. Now, this idea of sometime was not made clear to these children, that how long they like need to wait. That was something that was not, like, made clear to these children when we are speaking of this given dimension. So can we follow this to overcome procrastination? Yes. When you follow the five pieces of structures of or components of emotional intelligence, you will realize this ultimately, Shweta, that following it in personal life is going to be tremendously helpful, creating, like, I would say, massive breakthroughs. They look like small breakthroughs on day to day basis, but in the long run they shape our personality. Okay, so when we are speaking of this given dimension of, we can talk about this given segment, how to exercise point 7 of self management. When it is with respect to our beloved ones, you take responsibility when you are going wrong. Say that yes, I went wrong, or yes, I felt jealous, or yes, I felt that I was being irresponsible. That is the note of a matured and polished person, Vivek. Now, so as I'm discussing about this component of motivation, and under the component of motivation, as I am talking about this given possibility related to marshmallow experiment, what happened that the children were kept in the classroom. So few children opted that yes, we'll have the marshmallow right now, we'll leave. So they took their marshmallow and they left. The ones who agreed to wait, they were made to sit down and wait, and then the teacher went to the, we can say, like the staff room, came back again, said that so how are you keeping, I'll be just providing you to all of you some marshmallows. And after that, what happened was that the person just again left, again came back after some time, and this time gave two marshmallows to each child who had waited. Few of them had waited, so they received two marshmallows. They had the marshmallows, they left. Later on in the life, it was, they were followed, that what is their tendency in life in terms of what's happening or unfolding before them. It was observed that these children who were ready to delay their gratification, who were ready to, just we can say, do away with their immediate sense of gratification, they achieved better in life. They were more successful, they were more stable in their careers, they had better relationship with their colleagues, they had better relationship with their partners, with their parents. So there was an emotional balance. Okay, there was an emotional balance in and around when we speak of this given dimension. So when we are speaking of this given particular segment associated with emotional intelligence, we need to understand, okay, we need to understand that what kind of possibility it is like opening for us, or what kind of possibility it is creating for us in this given dimension, right? So when we are talking about the marshmallow experiment, that is something which all of you can connect with, that if we are able to delay our gratifications, hold our desires right now, we are going to be open to adaptation, we are going to be open to patience, some kind of resilience. And that patience, resilience and persistence pays in life. Okay, so a person with delayed gratification is exercising patience and persistence. And patience and persistence pays in life. Remember that. Okay. So that's what. The same thing I tell you in answer writing. You have opened the notes, you don't know how to start the answer. You've opened the notes when you're starting to, work on the content, right? So with respect to this, when we are working on this given dimension, we all can connect with the given possibility, that what kind of we can say possibilities can be created related to it. So ability to delay gratification when you are exercising patience. So patience is something which is going to impact your personality tremendously. You can hold on, you can adapt, you can adjust, you can observe in a keener manner, you can choose to react in the right time, respond in the right time. So that polishes your personality. Similarly, if you are working on your answer writing skills, and you're patient, that yes, initially it will be bad, initially it will be haywire, initially there'll be poor time management, initially I'll be not picking up the right set of points. If you're open for that, that yes, it's going to happen, it is unavoidable, then you realize that so much more can be added, so much of wisdom can be entrusted, and so much of, we can say, depth and detail can be created. All right, so that's something which all of you can create when we are talking about this given subsegment associated with the dynamics of motivation. Okay, so I hope you are understanding this motivation. Third you can talk of is initiative. Initiative. So what is initiative? It is, like we can say, making oneself ready to act upon opportunities, to act upon opportunities. All right. So that's something which we can connect. Again, when we are discussing about it, we can associate it with commitment. When commitment, we can think of timetable, timetable. Under the component of timetable, we can say defining the goals, motivation achievement, motivation to achieve them, and commitment also helps us to set our goals. So, goal setting theory. These are techniques through which you can keep yourself motivated. And when you are motivated, definitely it enhances your overall performance when we are speaking of it. Okay. So, how many marks are sufficient in 15 marker question? Neha, when highest you can see students are getting like in 135, 140, that means you can target for 60%. On a high side, 70%, but that's little rare. But on an average, you can target 60, 65% marks in the answer, right? Also, you can think of defining your role models, defining your role models. So when you are able to identify your role models, that segment also can strengthen the possibility of your motivation quotient, that what is the motivation, right? So I hope you are understanding motivation, how to bring in motivation. So delaying gratification, capability to take initiative, committing to your goals, setting your goals, having a timetable for it, and also knowing your role models. Like when you don't know your correct role models, that can also create a problem. So just few days back, when I was taking one of the batches, it was just a fresher batch. So it was barely a month old and a fresher batch. So as I was introduced to them, I just asked that who is your role model? Because identification of the role model gives you an idea what the child is motivated by. So one of them said Ashneer Grover. So I banged my head. I was like, what? Ashneer Grover? So I was like, if Ashneer Grover is your motivation, then I can assure you that this is not the best suited job for you. This is not something that you should prepare for when we are speaking of it. So, like, you have to be very clear of this given possibility that, you, like, because someone who is hardcore capitalist, related to capitalism, related to profiteering, money making, self centered, and civil services is about serving people. The prime motive of the life should be to serve people, not to make money, not to do business. This job is based on sacrifice. It is like you're sacrificing your comfort, your well-being, like your sometimes your personal life, your, like, comfort of your relations, and you're prioritizing national interest at all times. Okay, people's interest at all times, people welfare and social justice at all times. So quoting a wrong role model is also going to impact the motivation, because as you get into the services, or if you get close to getting into the services, you will get frustrated that, oh my god, in the services I'm not going to get a salary where I can wear like high end brand clothes and carry high end brand products. So that was going to generate a lot of dissatisfaction. So that's something which you can connect with it. So yeah, a few days back I had shared this example, so you can think of it. Identifying the right kind of, we can say, motivation, like a role model, is also essential. Again, the fourth subsegment, that is associated with social awareness. So this dimension of social awareness, as all of you can see, is associated with being mindful of your environment, exercising empathy at all times, having organizational awareness. What is your organization capable of, and what things are needed for the organization, for the growth and betterment of organization. So being aware, mindful, empathetic, and organizational, possibilities needs to be taken care of. So empathy, organizational awareness, service orientation. So empathy will bring that service orientation. So with social awareness, when we are discussing about social awareness, what are the techniques which we can think of? Okay, techniques of social awareness. Is green fine, or should I change it back to yellow? Is green fine? Can't I say that I don't have any role model per se because I don't believe in idolizing? Okay, fine. Yeah, I mean, like, that's also possible. One of my seniors, one of my, thank you, Vivek. Awesome, green. All right. So, when we are speaking of this, one of my seniors once said that you can listen to X. There was a person, so having an online video, so he said that you can listen to X is really, that speech is really good. You don't need to follow the individual, but you can always get inspired by the idea, and that's so true. Okay, so that's what I would say. Anyway, so techniques of social awareness can happen by role playing. When you are putting yourself in others shoes, that's called role playing. So that will generate empathy. So suppose there is a person who is suffering from leprosy and begging before you, and you just see that person, and the way the person asked was very polite, and the language was different. You are taken aback. You're like, are you educated? And the person says that the person was really educated, was working in a multinational, like getting good package. Then parents had died, the siblings occupied the property, the wife left because the person got infected with leprosy, and it is highly communicable disease, and no company was ready to hire this person because it's a communicable disease. So the person was left with nothing, no property, no human relation, and the person, like, converted, or was left with nothing other than becoming a beggar. And when you're listening to that person, you're like, oh my god, this could have happened to anyone. So, and the person feels that even I don't have my parents, and like, let's say, there are, like, in the society, who knows if my siblings would have done that, and who knows what all would have unfolded for me. So when you are into that role playing mode, when you are putting yourself in another person's shoes, you can understand and connect with what is happening in the society and what kind of intervention is needed to bring about change, to bring about support in the social system. Okay, another thing which you can exercise is forgiveness. For social awareness, forgiveness, because forgiveness also helps in healing. Okay, another segment which you can think of is listening to others instead of controlling and commanding, instead of controlling, criticizing, or judging them, or judging them. And then fourth is meeting culturally diverse people, meeting culturally diverse people, because when you meet culturally diverse people, your sense of tolerance, empathy, compassion, love increases. So meeting culturally diverse people, that despite differences you learn how to appreciate human beings. So that is something which you can connect with social awareness. Then the last subsegment is relationship management. And as you can see, this dimension of relationship management is associated with inspirational leadership, developing others, creating a positive influence, change the catalyst, conflict management, building bonds, teamwork and collaboration. And you can see this similar segment is reflected here in relationship management over here. So, inspirational leadership, teamwork, coaching, mentoring, influence, conflict management, right? So, when we are talking about this subsegment of relationship management, which is social regulation, then what are the techniques which can help us to understand? So, techniques for relationship management. Techniques for relationship management. So, under the component of techniques for relationship management, first you can talk about is power with rather than power over others. So, power with rather than power over others. So, power with and power over. In power with, you are standing along with people. You are not, like, trying to dissociate from them. So, it is like along with people, along with. There's a tendency of democratic representation, that yes, I mean, like, I might be the officer empowered with law, rules, regulations, which I have to protect and stand for, but I'm not above the law. Just like other people, I am also subservient to law. So let me, in my capacity, be there for them, and they also participating in the process of generating a healthy possibility. Okay. So power with rather than, there's a gap after than, uh, has to be, isn't it, Anurag? I've written power with rather than power over others. Okay. So power with, when you are, we can say, when power is along with others, and power over others when you are trying to be coercive, dictatorial. Okay, when you are trying to just regulate people. Okay, you refreshed and it's fine. Great. Now, let us have two contrasts, Vivek. Okay. So then you can also exercise unconditional regard for people. So, unconditional regard for people. Why are you respecting them? Because you ought to respect them, not because they are powerful, they have money, because they are, like, connected, because they are holding some kind of important office. No, unconditional regard for people, whoever they are, being nice to others. It doesn't cost much. My grandfather was an officer. I mean, uh, like when I was a kid, he had retired. But one thing which he taught me, that whenever you are in a position of power, irrespective of what position it is, be very nice to the lower staff. It is they who get all the grassroots work done, and it is they that when they stand for you against all odds, even when things are not conducive, or maybe there is a calamity, emergency, natural or man made, anything, it is your team that is going to solve. So, if they respect you and there is a deep sense of love and regard, things can get solved. So, he was like, maybe if your boss is coming, respect a lot, give the chair, but if you are gifting your boss, you can give a moderate gift, chalega. But if it is your staff, try to gift lavishly, give the person nicely, because generally we gift cheaper things to the staff and expensive and good quality things to the rich people or the people who are affluent. We try to give as per people's position, but the kind of value that will be generated when you gift good things to your staff, the kind of, I would say, love and faith that would be generated, that is unparalleled, because they also deserve good gifts. They are nice people, and they are the people who are going to stand for you through your thick and thin. So that's what you have to work upon, this given dimension. Stoicism has beautiful reflections and quotations, Mrityunjay. Like, that's why it is so much favored in the world of management and psychology. So good, you can just connect with this. Again, you can also think of the third component, that is respect people, especially who are below your rank. So respect people, especially the vulnerable sections. And fourth, develop altruism. So develop altruism and team building capabilities. Team building capabilities. That's what you need to work on. So, in other words, as you are understanding this given subsegment, you can understand that emotional intelligence is not opposite of intelligence, as people think that emotional, oh, that means intelligence is gone in the drain. It's not like that. It's not opposite of intelligence. It is not the victory of heart over head. It is the unique intersection of both. It is the unique intersection of both. So it is the unique intersection of both. when we are speaking of it, right? So that is something that all of us can reflect upon. So it's emotional intelligence which actually sharpens our skills, life skills, makes us capable to adapt and adjust with respect to the larger society. So when you're understanding all these segments pertaining to components of emotional intelligence, or how to improve or strengthen our emotional intelligence, or the model associated with emotional intelligence, the self and social model of emotional intelligence. So when you're understanding this, now you can connect with EQ and IQ better. See this. So what is EQ? EQ is associated with motivation. So it's like emotional segment. So motivation, reflection, self-awareness. So here's self-awareness, social awareness, you can see that, empathy, relationship management, understanding the organization dynamics. So all the segments pertaining to, we can say, the emotional quotient, the 5 segments we were talking, all of it can fall, not just these bullet points. All the points we have discussed earlier can be incorporated here under the emotional quotient to calculate the, we can say the, strength we possess in terms of our emotions. Okay, to like calculate our level of emotional intelligence under emotional quotient, we can put all those bullet points, have some capability to calculate some markers, some, we can say, measuring tools, and then we can go ahead with it. Okay, point of relationship management. Baldev, didn't we discuss relationship management over here? What was this? Just few seconds back, I would say, not even a minute has crossed this relationship management. Were we not dealing with it? So why are you forgetting and not connecting it with the previous slide? Right? This is how you're supposed to connect with. So here, when we are reflecting upon the same, IQ, intelligence quotient, is associated with facts. So technical know-how, architectural trade-offs, expert in X. X means any. Okay, X means any technology. It can make you a senior architect, or like architect of your life, architect in a space, like anything. Like it can make you like someone growing senior in one's skills, disposition in the career. There are styles and patterns which you can gain. You can become a critical thinker. So facts, factual dimensions, intelligence related dimensions, intellectual dimensions, pertaining to skills, pertaining to the, we can say, achievement you have gained from the past, academic insights you have gained from the past, all of it clubbed together creates the subsegment related to intellectual quotient when we are discussing about it, right? Then comes the last subsegment associated with this chapter, and that is related to, no, not last, I would also substantiate one more thing, that is utility of emotional intelligence. Okay, so utility of emotional intelligence, and after utility of emotional intelligence, then we have emotional intelligence in governance and administration. That would be the last topic. So when we are talking about utility of emotional intelligence, so here first and foremost, you can understand that Daniel Goleman is the person who's talking about this given subtopic. So Daniel Goleman is a pioneer. His book, emotional intelligence, is quite interesting to read. I mean, it can be a bedtime book, but I won't say like purchase it to read it like a course book, because it will become too exhaustive, huh? But you can use that book as getting a lot of insightful case studies, examples, anecdotes, which you can use even in your essay. So you can read it like a bedtime book, not like an academic book. It's a good book, well written. He has the power of penmanship, and like the book helps you to think, delve deeper, grow better. Okay. Okay. All right. Fine. So I will try to use green in that case, Vivek. Daniel Goleman's Emotional Intelligence. The name of the book was Emotional Intelligence. Okay, so when we are speaking of this, so Daniel Goleman is a pioneer, we can consider pioneer in the search of emotional intelligence. So he conducted a study. He conducted a study and found out that, and here is the first point that is associated with performance at work, how emotional intelligence influences our performance at work. So when we are talking about utility of emotional intelligence, so he found out that, we can say the study, through the study he found out that like 20% of bottom performers had very high emotional intelligence. At the same time, he found out that, we can say, 80% of top performers also had very high emotional intelligence. So, what do we conclude? So, it is the single largest predicator of performance at workplace, but it is not the only, we can say, predicator, because 20% of the bottommost also had high emotional intelligence, but the skill sets were missing, the technical know-how was missing. So the combination of the two actually enhances your performance. But beyond doubt, in senior leadership, emotional intelligence is something that keeps you afloat, that keeps you going. So you can thus write that emotion or emotional intelligence is the single biggest predictor of performance at workplace. That's what you can say. And you can also further say that this is the strongest driver, and it is also the strongest driver of leadership, strongest driver of leadership and personal excellence, and personal excellence, right? So that's something which you can add on to, right? Again, at the same time, when we are talking about this given subsegment, we can also, yes, you good, Rupendra, you had psychology, it seems, and it's good that it is like we can consider, and you can recall the given subsegments associated with it. Again, so performance at work, so it is like the strongest driver we can consider, it is the single biggest predictor, but we can also understand that it is not the only condition, it is not the only condition needed, only condition needed. What do we need? So we also needed expertise, also need expertise, technical know-how, right, IQ, so all that. Anyway, then you can talk about second utility of emotional intelligence, and you can talk about physical and mental health, physical and mental health. In terms of physical and mental health, you can also talk about the possibility of emotional intelligence, that people who suffer from depression, anxiety, and when depression and anxiety hits the people, you can see they will have tremendous weight loss, or they can increase tremendous, like it will be like flipping in two extreme versions. So a person can fall ill due to low immunity, like BP can shoot up, performance can go haywire, the process of aging can shoot up. I've seen students even preparing for civil services, when they are unable to regulate their emotions and emotional intelligence is low, and the struggle is for long, like going on and on. Like today, only one of my students who had appeared for this. He went till interview. He had like last year he had highest score in sociology, Lakshman. So I had taught him in 2017, and despite having 304 in sociology and topping all India, he could not make it to the list because he ignored this ethics paper and he ignored essay. And I was like, oh my god, how could you do this blunder? He was like, in the previous like exam, ma'am, don't you remember I got very good marks in ethics and essay? So I became overconfident, so I did not practice enough. It's like, and I've always told you revision is the key. So it's like, yes, ma'am, that's there, but I committed the mistake. Anyway, so this guy, he got like good marks in interview. He had something like 176. So interview also good. It was decent marks in optional, whereby he topped all India and still not making to the list. So anyway, so just recently he just like appeared for the interview, and today he texted that in the Sports Authority of India, the exam that he had given, he got selected. Okay, and that came as such a happy news for me when I noticed that. So I was like, wow, that's something which is like something that's like, a happy news for the day. So assistant director in Sports Authority of India Limited, and assistant director is like grade A bureaucrat's job. Okay, so first you start as a trainee in grade B, but you are soon promoted to grade A. So I was so happy, like knowing it. And you will be in premium cities. It's a very like a healthy job, and it's a very positive job, and it is done only on the basis of your interviews. If you have got good marks in interview, and like, your scores have been good, you are prioritized. So like that came as like, such a happy, I would say, information. I was like, wow, that's something that like, that is titillating, I must say. So I'm sharing this with all of you because emotional intelligence helped him pull through. Otherwise, imagine, today is 2023, and if I say that today is 2023 and you're going to get selected in 2029, you will be like feeling like fainting. 2029. My God, who will have that resilience? Exactly. That's what. That's what. So, emotional intelligence helps you to maintain mental resilience, keep going on, because for some people it's just 1 year or 2 years, but for some it can be like appearing for mains, then appearing for interview, then again like the rigor is there. And when you're clearing stages, no, when your preparation is soaring up, you become confident. You're like, I know things, I can clear it, I know the breakthroughs. But that little slipshod that's happening, when you keep noticing that, okay, that is something which creates a sense of, I would say, understanding that like what kind of breakthroughs are required. So that's something which is required for a student to maintain when we are talking about utility of emotional intelligence, that it gives you that given possibility. 2017 batch student success in 2022, yes, that's what, Akhilesh, that's what. Because don't you remember that Ira Singhal, she became all India IAS topper in 2014, but when was she a student? Like in one of the previous places where I was teaching, 2009. She was a student in 2009. In 2010, she became a revenue services officer, and 14 she became like an IAS with All India first rank. Same was with Junaid Ahmad. Junaid Ahmad, in his like fifth year of preparation, he became All India third rank. So for some people, the journey is long. And for those people for whom journey is long, so getting All India second rank, third rank, making it big in life, that does happen. But for some people, it's not like 1 year journey or 2 year journey. Because those people who don't practice, that's why I told you, despite being All India sociology topper, he did not get good marks in ethics and essay, because previous time he got very good marks in like in this paper of essay he had 146, and in ethics also he had in late 120s, 128 or something. So he was very confident, I know ethics, my notes are done, I know essay, I really get good marks. Did not practice. So practice was not there, so flow was not there, recalling of the right terms was not there, connectivity was not there. So even seasoned aspirants tend to get lesser marks with lack of writing practice. That is something which you should pay like attention to when we are speaking of it, Akhilesh. So rather than thinking, 17 batch 22 selection, think that, am I even working hard enough to get a selection in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years with the kind of writing practice I am doing? That should leave you into self introspection. Okay, so that's what. Yeah, even Ishita Kishore or Anudeep also, like we can see that their attempt was not the first one. Anudeep was fifth attempt similarly. So yes, without clearing UPSC this type of opportunity, no, Vishal. After clearing the interview, I mean, if you have appeared in the interview, these kind of jobs open up for you. That like you straight away go, you have to go and you have to appear for the interview. There are different categories on the basis of which you are evaluated, on the basis of which we can see that marks are given. So one of the categories is associated with your background, nature of schooling. Those are little points, like the class you belong to. But prime chunk, like out of 10 points, I remember 6 points are devoted for the UPSC interview, whether you have appeared for it or not. Students who have appeared for mains also, they also get an opportunity to fill the form of SI. But those who have cleared, so sorry, those who have appeared in the interview are the ones who are prioritized, because that's the trend I've been seeing for past 10 years. Okay. Yes, in ONGC, NTPC, so many things. Yes, yes. So how people make it in the first attempt? They make it in the first attempt by being diligent through and through, by being alert and aware of their strengths and weakness through and through. They don't learn from mistakes, they learn from other people's mistakes, what they have done, and they have slipped, and I should not be doing that. Okay. So anyway, coming up with this given segment of physical and mental health as we are discussing about it. So this is when a person is experiencing inability to control stress, can lead to serious health problems. Okay, serious health problems. So in this situation, we need to understand that with effective usage of emotional intelligence, we can see, I know everyone is now triggered, that like many people must be triggered from their family side or in their personal quarters, that how long am I going to take? So suddenly I've rattled you that what is your nature of preparation, where are you standing? Okay, I know I have done that, but I did it purposefully. I want you to think how much answer writing practice you are doing. What is your game plan for Saturday and Sunday? As today's lecture will be like paused and on Monday we will be resuming. What is your game plan for every day? Are you achieving your daily targets? Are you aware that 2 months later, which subject you will be studying and revising? Are you preparing your notes steadily? Are you doing previous year questions, starting from simple questions, opening the notes and textbooks and like finding the answer and writing at least 2 to 3 of them? And then going with closing the books, memorizing the segments, and then attempting a one or two like that. If all this is not happening, then it is a stretch in the journey. I mean, why to lie? That is a stretch in the journey. So you have to get into the game with respect to this. Now, with respect to this, as we are further moving ahead, um, I think now there are volley of questions pertaining to self-inquiry. SME, please encourage them and help them. So, inability to control stress can lead to serious health problems. So, with emotional intelligence, a person can regulate regulate one's overall health and well-being. Overall health and well-being. All right. Simultaneously, you can also connect it with relationships. So you can think of relationships. And when I'm talking about relationships with emotional intelligence, you can regulate your relationships, that is, your social relation, your personal relation, your professional relation better. So, for example, if you remember this given segment, like, or in other words, I can also say that emotional intelligence directly proportional, is directly proportional to the quality of quality of relationships you have in life. The quality of relationships you have in life. So if you're having domestic violence or any form of bullying, harassment, okay, there will be low level of emotional intelligence, and that is going to impact your mental state, your state of courage, your state of, like, processing human relations, and how you are able to conduct or connect with individuals. So you can remember the movie Three Idiots. In the movie Three Idiots, there is the character of Raju, and Raju has very high level of emotion, sorry, have very high level of IQ, and his friend Rancho has high level of EQ. And in the movie, it was Raju who committed suicide towards the end, right? Because he could not take so much of stress. And it was Rancho who started working towards upliftment of the poor people, the weaker sections of the society, and creating a breakthrough for them. Especially in the Ladakh region, it was getting connected to one of the, we can say, the present visionaries who's working towards the betterment of the people of Ladakh and Leh. So that is something which we all can connect with. First point is performance at work. Sarshti, is it not visible? So Raju's suicide failed, yeah, but he tried, no. So who tries suicide? A person who has low level of EQ, who is unable to process stress, handle stress. We are not discussing about the movie. We are discussing about the responses. Responses when some element is missing in our life, right? Okay. Yes, I was talking about Sonam Wangchuk when we are talking about this given dimension. So then with 3 points, we are moving to like another point yet again. And after like completing this is just a bit left, and then we can process the next subsegment associated with application of, we can say, application of emotional intelligence in bureaucracy. So when we are speaking of this given dimension, emotional stability, you can think the component of emotional quotient and emotional stability also with pertaining to Gita. You can see the term sthita pragya is given. Sthita pragya or sthita prajna, whatever, because in Sanskrit it is written as sthita prajna. It means steady wisdom. A person who can exercise steady wisdom. And who is the person who can exercise steady wisdom? One who can balance EQ with IQ. So Ravana, he was a man with very high level of IQ, but poor level of EQ led to the conflict, the war, like death of so many people, and finally his own death. So when we speak of balancing EQ with IQ, that is something which is going to create steady wisdom, and steady wisdom is something that is going to create the status of sthita prajna, if we are talking about it. And a person who is able to, if I quote Bhagavad Gita, the Bhagavad Gita says that a person who is not disturbed by sorrow, not exuberated in pleasure, devoid of any earthly attachment, like any kind of fear and anger, is a person of absolute wisdom, and such a person is referred as Siddha Purusha. So, Siddha Purusha is a person who is free from any kind of extremes of emotion, sorrow or pleasure, earthly attachment, fear or anger, right? So, this person has exercised steady wisdom, or we can say sthita prajna status, and that person can very easily reach the status or reach the stage of nishkama karma. Nishkama karma, when we speak of it, you only focus on the present moment and the infinite possibilities associated with the present moment, rather than focusing on, like, what happened in the past or what can unfold in the future. So nishkama karma, when we speak of it, it liberates you from the regrets of the past, and we can say the anxiety of future. You only focus on the present, you only try to do good in the present in the best of your capability when we speak of it, right? So that is what all of you can connect with. I hope you are understanding this. Okay, so let us start with the next subcomponent, that is associated with application of emotional intelligence in we can consider administration and governance after break. Okay, so let me take a break. So break. This is 7:05, 15 minutes. We'll be back after it. All right, welcome everyone. Let us resume what we had been discussing so far. Array. So, we were discussing about utility of emotional intelligence, right? So, under the component of utility of emotional intelligence, yes, Nitesh, you can take the examples from movies as well. It's all about building the basics. Which one is more important for civil servant, or both are equally important? Which one means, who are you comparing it with? I don't know that, Payal. If you are comparing between EQ and IQ, without IQ you cannot get selected, and without EQ also you cannot get selected. That means you need both. Simple, right? Okay, so with respect to I have shared that. Okay, so with respect to this, as we are further moving ahead, let us see that, when we are talking about utility of emotional intelligence, so it is emotional intelligence which motivates you to get into self-fulfilling, self-fulfillment needs, or self-actualization. So the component of self-actualization, a person who is able to achieve the fullest of one's potential, the creative activities, it is possible only when you have high level of emotional intelligence. It is only with EQ that you can balance your creative self with your personal life, the psychological needs, which is associated with prestige or building intimate relationship with your friends and family. Okay, these basic needs are something which are associated with your general existence. These are associated with physiological needs like food, water, warmth, cohabitation, all of it. Okay, safety needs, when we reflect upon safety needs, it is associated with security and safety. Okay, so this is like whereby you can participate, you can perform well, so that's associated with that given subsegment. So safety needs, physiological needs, basic elementary needs. But above that, for psychological needs, as you can see, for psychological needs and for self fulfillment needs, high level of EQ is required. All right, so that is what we all are associated with. This is utility of emotional intelligence, as you can understand. So for when we are discussing utility of emotional intelligence, so you can have high level of IQ. Okay, with high level of IQ you can perform these two as well. The psychological needs and self fulfillment needs can also be fulfilled duly, if you are able to connect with this given subsegment. Further moving ahead, as we are substantiating the same, we can connect it with governance. So in the domain of governance, we can see this application of emotional intelligence in administration and governance. So application of emotional intelligence in administration and governance. The diagram which I'm going to draw right now, you can use it in probity in governance also. You can use it in accountability. So that diagram is going to be one stop solution, okay, for various subsegments. So the diagram is what? This is like this. Citizen is in the midst, okay. Then you can make three subsegments. One is governance, so government. And after government, you can think of civil society. And then you can think of private sector. And then with respect to the three, you can connect this given subsegment. So the government is connected to the private sector and the private sector is connected to the government. So they both are, we can consider that they both are connected and serving the purpose of each other. The government is connected to the civil society and the civil society is, we can say, connected to the government, right? So we can see that the civil society is, we can say, furthering the initiatives of the government, right? It is executing the schemes of the government. So they both need each other. The private sector needs the civil society for corporate governance, right? And for furthering any kind of, we can say, benevolent exercise or execution of social welfare, public welfare via civil society. And the civil society is also supporting the private sector in execution of qualitative services, and all of them are actually serving the citizen. So all the three are connected to the citizen, all the three are reaching out to the citizen. Okay, and the citizen needs all the three for the fulfillment of its his or her needs. It is like for animals, so for his or her needs. And this is the diagram of governance. When we speak of governance, this is governance. So governance, because we are discussing about emotional intelligence and then connecting it with governance, so you need to understand that governance is more about like interaction between these different entities. Okay, so it is more about interaction between different entities, interaction between different entities, okay, in the process. And when interaction between these entities, different entities is there, so we need to understand that no, so it is about like relationships. In other words, I can say that governance is about relationships, and no, we can consider good relationships can be established without emotional intelligence. Okay, so we can think of this. So governance is about relationships, governance is about relationships, and we can say that no good relationships, no good relationships can be established, can be established without emotional intelligence. So this is how emotional intelligence is a part of governance. As you can see, you can consider that relationships are the DNA of governance. In other words, we can say, right? And no good like relationship can be established without emotional intelligence, right? When we are talking about civil services values also, let us consider for that matter. Okay, so if we are speaking of this from the perspective of civil services values, right? So if I help you recall the civil services values which has been taught to you, so you can recall impartiality, right? You can recall non-partisanship. Along with the component of non-partisanship, you can think of like integrity, you can think of tolerance, right? You can think of accountability, you can think of objectivity, right? All of it. And when we are speaking of all these different types of, and I appreciate how all of you are able to recall the topics that have been already taught to you. So when we are discussing about all these subsegments, right, we all can connect these subsegments like empathy and compassion, right? So we can see that none of them can be established, right, without emotional intelligence, right? None of them can be established without emotional intelligence, right? So for civil services values, we need to understand that like it is very fundamental for civil services values, whereby we need to understand that with high level of emotional intelligence, we can regulate the processes, and these values can be incorporated in our personality, it can be incorporated in the system, in the functioning of civil services, and that is how symmetry can be observed or determined when we are talking about application of emotional intelligence in civil services. This is also something that can create social capital, right? It can generate social capital, whereby good governance will create good quality relationship between the people and the government, right? And you can also speak of, it can create probity, right? Probity in governance, probity in governance. And when we are talking about probity, you understand, no, highest form of integrity. I had discussed it earlier also. Many times you have now got accustomed to this term. So highest form of integrity, it is one of the highest values that you can like have in governance. So like, when I say that, oh, 100 crore is passing underneath you, and the contractor is offering 2 crores to you, that, sir, just keep it, and maybe your mother is ill and for her treatment you need like to arrange money. And right now theoretically saying no is easy, but when you are pressed to that situation and you are very clear that I have not earned that amount, it does not belong to me, I have to reward the contract as per merit. Non meritorious individuals will corrupt the system, corrupt my conscience, my sense of right and wrong. Moreover, bad material can be used, it can damage possibilities in the long run, it sets a bad example in the department. Today I'm accepting a smaller level of corruption, it will be a snowballing effect. Bit by bit the size of corruption can grow. So when you understand all these given possibilities, you are able to save yourself, you are able to, like, do away with all those possibilities, due to which, like, you can say that improves your emotional intelligence and probity and transparency in the system. But thinking about it, like, theoretically is easy. When you're exposed to the situation, only those who have high level of emotional intelligence will be able to honor their values, will be able to put the values in action, in behavior. So that's what. Okay. Again, emotional intelligence, it helps you to create greater resistance against hedonistic tendencies, self indulgences. Okay. Any kind of tendency which encourages corruption and nepotism. So all those possibilities can also be connected. Empathy and compassion. Priyanka, have you not heard the word compassion? So CUMP was sufficient for any student to connect it with compassion, right? Okay. So, and if you don't feel like, just remember empathy. That is also going to fix the game. And again, when we are talking about this given component of application of emotional intelligence in the system, you need to understand it from one more possibility. Like, let us say, um, um, if I say that in a room there are like 5 IS officers, the average IQ, mind it, I'm using the word IQ, intelligence quotient, the average IQ of every individual is around 110. Okay. So 5 individuals sitting in the room and average IQ is 110 of every officer, 110, 120, something like that. So what is the average IQ of the room? People sitting in the room, what is the average IQ of the room? Yes. What is the average IQ of the room? If 110 is what they are like sitting with, five officers sitting like that. Okay. So there are tremendous variation in the answer, but okay, all right. So this room will experience an average IQ of something around 60. Why around 60? Like 100, everyone is having such high level of IQ, such intelligent people sitting in the room. So how come 5 intelligent people and the IQ drops rather than increase? Because what is the reason? In the absence of EQ, like, let us consider, out of 5 officers, even if one has low level of EQ, the person can bring down the average emotional quotient of the room. You must have seen officers quarreling over petty fights, ego hassles. I am better, I have done this, I have done that. So trying to make points, brownie points before the ministers, brownie points before the seniors. So constantly competing to get like cream postings, cream areas. You can see all that. You can also see that there is a possibility whereby the officers, they sometimes try to exercise a different level of, I would say, we can say, competency and resilience, whereby they sometimes get into mudslinging activities. Same you can see even in parliament. Earlier, when there were chairs in the parliament, people used to start throwing chairs, which was such an uncivilized behavior, because one person having a low like emotional quotient can lower the overall emotional quotient of the room as well as the intellectual quotient, right? So earlier when we are seeing, the exam was focused on IQ, like even in the mains you're memorizing everything, rattafication, you're able to clear. There was no ethics paper, the essay paper was not so thought provoking. So in such a situation, we all can see that UPSC was considered as a very tough exam, and that's why clearing that exam and becoming an IS was considered as such a coveted thing. Even Harvard University professor had said that when we are talking about this possibility of clearing civil services exams in India, clearing like the Harvard University entrance after that is more like a cakewalk, because like civil services exam is pretty tough. But still, I mean, clearing this exam, which boasts of high IQ across the world, despite that fact, when five bureaucrats are sitting together, they are exercising low EQ. And what is the reason? Low IQ and low EQ. The reason is, the if the ego is high, of all the five people, the level of ego is very high, that I have done this, I have done that. They will have a tendency to dominate each other. With high IQ and high ego, when you try to dominate each other rather than cooperation, there will be conflict. If cooperation is not there, conflict is there. In a group setting, the emotional quotient will go down, and as the emotional quotient goes down, the capability to perform, the effectiveness to perform goes down. Okay, so you can, the fifth point you can write down, that in group settings, EQ prevails over IQ in deciding effectiveness, Hence, high EQ is required for a team of bureaucrats to perform effectively and deliver to the optimum. Deliver to the optimum. That's what you need to understand. All right. So in group settings, emotional quotients prevail, not IQ. And thus, like EQ is required when teamwork is going on. Any flood relief, any kind of, we can say, emotional crisis, social crisis, economic crisis, whatever that area is suffering from. A group of, like we can say, individuals needs to be kept in this. Yes, Vishal, you can add many more other civil services values. Okay. So when we are talking about this, no, Harvard and University entrance exam is not similar as UPSC exam. It's just that the professor said that for that, the kind of memory that you need, the kind of performance that you need, it was compared with that, not the syllabus. Don't take it literally. Anyway, so is high IQ representing ego problem? Prithviraj, if there is high IQ but low EQ, then ego can be there. Because if there is high IQ, the person develops a sense of narcissism, that I'm very intelligent, my overall intelligence quotient is very high, I know a lot of facts, I can process a lot of like mathematical, like we can say, precisions. And such an individual, in the absence of EQ, will lose humble touch. When you lose the humble touch, that can lead to conflict in the environment. All right. So, yeah, drunken officer story, you can connect with EQ. Now, so as we are like reflecting upon application of emotional intelligence in administration and governance, we can connect it with the classical theory of bureaucracy related to emotions and modern neurosciences and post-Weberian bureaucracy related to emotions. So classical theory of bureaucracy is associated with Max Weber, a very popular thinker who is taught in sociology, public administration. So thinkers across discipline know about him, and he was also asked in GS paper 4, and the year probably was 2014. So like Max Weber was the thinker who spoke of whether we need emotions in bureaucracy or not. So he was not in favor of exercising emotions at all. while taking decisions in bureaucracy. So he believed that if we are, and that is why his theory is considered as the classical theory on bureaucracy. Max Weber's or Weberian bureaucracy, as it is called. So Weberian bureaucracy considered that emotions are derogatory, they are negative, they have a negative role to play in bureaucracy. So it considered that it makes us inefficient, it makes us weak, it interferes with our good judgment, it can distract us, it can also obstruct or slow our reasoning down, it can just pull our reasoning down, it can make us arbitrary and tyrannical, it can also weaken our sense of neutrality. Okay, it can also impact objectivity and reasoning, like on the basis of facts as facts. It can also complicate planning and undermine management. So all negatives were given associated with, we can say, the component of bureaucracy when we are discussing about the same. Okay, so when we are discussing about this given dimension, uh, through graph, like discuss IQ and EQ through graph, there is no graph. Okay, IQ and EQ are two parallels existing inside you. IQ is the facts, academic knowledge, the skills you have gained, Akhilesh, and EQ is associated with how you have been socialized in your environment, how your parents have raised you, or if you are an orphan, then how you have been raised in what kind of environment, whether you were secure or insecure, experiencing violence in childhood or not experiencing any form of violence. So everything shapes the personality of a child related to emotional quotient. And I have explained it already. It seems you missed that part because you did not join the session in the first half an hour. It was then that I had explained it in greater detail. Okay. Yes, you can. In bipolar continuum, I taught about Weberian theory. Yes, very good, Sulekha. You are able to recall that in bipolar continuum of public and private relation, I said that in public relation, in the extreme end, in the public relation where you are completely devoid of emotion, you are only working on the basis of rules and regulation. That is the approach which Weber had said, that without any emotion, when you only stick to rules and regulations, then bureaucracy can operate efficiently. So the old traditional explanation of bureaucracy does not entertain emotions at all. It does not consider that there is any space or place for emotion in the world of bureaucracy. All right. But when we are speaking of it, we can think of the post Weberian model. The post Weberian model on bureaucracy. Okay, so the post Weberian model on bureaucracy, if we reflect upon it, we all can connect it with modern neurosciences on emotion when we speak of it. Okay, you need to read more about Hitler, Sai Dinesh, if you are talking about it. So, if you come to know who his girlfriend was and how he behaved with her, and his practices pertaining to vegetarianism, his attitude towards specific animals, his pets, you will realize that saying that he was completely devoid of emotion, no, that was a partisan emotion, exercising selectively, and that's the danger. That's why love, a benevolent love, is required for the biome and the humanity. Anyway, so with respect to this, yes, we'll talk about Shargun, the component of emotion, once this chapter is over, which we are about to. So focus on post-Weberian model of bureaucracy. All right. So with respect to when we are talking about post-Weberian model of bureaucracy, it suggests no, emotions are helpful. Emotional quotient is necessary to bring balance in judgment. So it helps us in good judgment because there will be empathy, there will be compassion when we speak of it. So, with empathy and compassion, we will be able to connect with what's happening around us. It is a sign of strength. Emotion is not a sign of weakness. If we can process the emotion in our favor, it will generate hope, it will motivate us, it will generate social as well as personal awareness. So it is a sense of sign of strength. It makes us more effective, it motivates us, it speeds up our participation and reasoning, it builds trust, connection, activates ethical values, it provides vital information and feedback because we can understand and process what's happening around us, it sparks creativity, innovation, leadership. So all the things which we discussed in components of emotional intelligence. Recall the components of emotional intelligence, you see a glimpse of all those points over here. And when you can see the glimpse of all points over here, you can like connect how the classical theory of bureaucracy is different from modern theory of bureaucracy, and it is the modern theory which is now talking about incorporating the emotions intelligently in the domain of, we can say, bureaucracy, so that we can exercise, or we can see bureaucracy exercising things with due efficiency. There are better managerial functions, maintenance function, like when you are looking at lower staff who are only following orders, having IQ is sufficient. Intelligence quotient, if it is high, it's fine, because you will be able to listen to the rules, regulations, understand them, process them, follow them properly. But if you're a people's leader, if you are in a job where you have to constantly interact with people, and bureaucrat is going to be that people's leader. Okay, so being a people's leader, you are in welfare function. When you are in welfare function, you need emotions. When you are like in a process whereby you have to come up with a teamwork, and you have to keep boosting your team. So for boosting your team, you should not be the person who's taking all the credit. I am the most intelligent, I am the senior most, so I have done everything. That is not going to work in the long run, because the teamwork is necessary. So rather than like giving credit, rather than giving credit to like yourself, you have to give credit to the team. You have to understand their strength, the power of togetherness, and all that comes when you have high level of emotional intelligence, that you are able to balance. Okay, you are able to balance this given component associated with bureaucracy. There were a lot of thinkers, Anushka. If you're still interested, you can Google search who are those people. That's not required for GS. This is not optional that we need to get in details of the names of thinkers. A basic hint is sufficient. Okay, so I hope all of you are able to understand this given topic related to emotional intelligence. And as we are able to balance our understanding with emotional intelligence, here we can proceed with contribution of moral thinkers and philosophers. And as we are stepping into this chapter of moral thinkers and philosophers, I would request all of you with going through the bullet notes this weekend, which has been provided related to thinkers and philosophers. Please understand like few basic do's and don'ts before I step into this chapter. First thing, when we are talking about moral philosophers and thinkers, so moral thinkers and philosophers, when we are talking about them from Indian perspective, that will be associated with the Jain Tirthankaras, Buddha, Mahavira. That can be associated with, we can say, when we are talking about the Indian philosophers and thinkers, we can connect it with Vivekananda, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Ramakrishna Paramhansa, Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, you can think of like a lot of thinkers. It's like endless. And interestingly, a sizable chunk of it is completed in history, whether medieval, like ancient, medieval, or modern. Because Buddha and Mahavira, you're studying in ancient and ancient history. So ancient, medieval, and modern, a lot of thinkers who have contributed in developing or generating conscience, our sense of right and wrong, that is already there in the syllabus of history. I have still supported it in the form of notes. Other than notes, I will take up some basic PYQ, that how Indian philosophers and thinkers, if asked, like some contemporary thinkers like Nehru can be asked, even though it's not given in the notes, Nehru can be asked, Lohia can be asked. So there is no end. There is no end to like philosophers and thinkers and their contribution, because this is an open-ended topic. Another thing is, the list has not been provided in the syllabus by UPSC. So UPSC is open to ask from any corner. Like just few years back, there was a question from Thirukural. Thirukural is written by Thiruvalluvar, and he was, we can say, a philosopher and a poet from Tamil Nadu. So his works have been recognized across India and world, and there was a quotation taken from Thirukural, and that was given to the civil servants to interpret and respond. How to interpret court related questions, I will be substantiating it soon, like right now. But remember that it's not necessary for you to know that thinker. If you know, well and good, but it's sometimes not necessary. Like in Western philosophers and thinkers, there was a question that was connected with Erik Erikson, and no one knew who is Erik Erikson. Only students thorough with like that too not every student of sociology, a student thorough with sociology with respect to primary groups and how the concept of primary groups was strengthened by various thinkers, and someone is reading MacIver and Page or some such book can get introduced to Erik Erikson. But on an average, regular students going with casual material may not even know the name. So the list associated with moral philosophers and thinkers is endless and exhaustive. I mean, like there can be questions like in, like for example, Western philosophers and thinkers. Majority of the books, notes, you will see it is connected to Immanuel Kant. Yes, it is important to know him. Books related to Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, the standard ones when we are talking about Stoicism, related to, we can say, Thomas Hobbes, Rousseau. Okay, so like you'll find the list, John Locke, all these thinkers. They are also provided in your bullet points and notes. I will be discussing about them because Indian philosophers and thinkers, you are like exposed to it via history, like ancient, medieval, or modern. But Western philosophers and thinkers is unique and new to all of you. You have never ever read it, majority of you, or nor exposed to them. So that part I will be doing, and I will try to bring as much justice as possible despite all constraints of time. So when we will be indulging in that given portion, there is a specific method to read it, but still, I'm still putting this disclaimer. There is no end to it. I mean, modern thinkers from Western world, Western philosophy, like we can consider Michel Foucault, Derrida, Noam Chomsky, Amartya Sen, any of them can be picked up. Their statement can be picked up and left to you for thinking, reflecting, and creating when we are speaking of this given dimension. Yeah. So please understand this bit that this is the most open-ended topic in your syllabus. Okay. Best part is Indian part gets covered from history, though it is also supported with notes, and I will also help you directly with certain question and answer that how to handle those answers. I'll create that. Okay. But Western philosophers and thinkers, because you lack academic background and expertise, so I will be taking care of that in decent details. Okay. So attitude notes is not opening, showing error. That's something specific to your case, Anjan, because there are like hundreds of students who have downloaded it so far, and there is no problem associated with them. Yes, a lot of Western and Indian philosophers and thinkers is already provided in the ethics notes in the bullet point, how you are supposed to read, memorize. In that manner, the notes has been incorporated. Okay, so you can just look into that. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Femina, that a lot of thinkers can be incorporated, including Roosevelt. There's no end to it. I mean, there are such amazing poets and philosophical leaders even from Africa, and many of you might not be even aware of their names. Okay, so from China, from Japan. So there's no end to this given possibility. Okay, because it's contribution of moral philosophers and thinkers from India and world. So world is not just West, no, it can be other parts of the world as well. So that's why there is a limitation, always remember. And when I'm saying there's a limitation, so just be open to the public debates. Is any thinker suddenly talked too much? So if a thinker is talked too much, just listen about the thinker briefly. There are IIT Chennai or IIT Madras professors lectures pertaining to various philosophers and thinkers. So suppose you want some extra thinker, you can Google search, and please listen to academicians, not like all those sensational videos created by young boys and girls. Please refrain from that. Okay, please listen to academic oriented videos from university like CEC, NTTPL, all these like upload, IGNU, all these upload lectures of professors. I know that lectures of professors can sometimes be tedious. Old people slowly talking with an accent, not being too animated or enthused. They are focused on their content, not like how they are going to impress upon you or how they are going to like generate an impact on you. They are working their game. If you are curious, you are a real learner, be patient, listen to them. That's the attitude they possess, because that's the attitude ideally any intellectual person at university tends to possess. Being a powerful communicator sometimes is not their priority, but should have been, because if you have knowledge but you are unable to impress upon or communicate, that does create a lacuna. Anyway, we'll not get into that dimension, but listen to professors and academicians. That is something that is going to, like, create a breakthrough. Okay, so for all of you. So they don't want like comments and subscription, nothing. They'll just tell their lecture and done. That's it. So they won't be talking about all that. They will be like, good evening, so today the topic we are going to discuss is this and this. So sir has done this or that. If there is a person moderating the event, or sometimes the professor only starts off and then just starts talking. So there have been professor at global reputation teaching at different universities. Like for example, there is Professor Dilip Menon. So he was once talking about postmodernism. I was just listening to him on a YouTube video. So Dilip Menon sir, I know him. He teaches at Ashoka University. Previously, he was teaching at Ramjas, and he has taught at Princeton also. And he is a man through and through, with so much of knowledge and wisdom. And one of his videos I saw, it had 545 views. I was like, bravo. All kind of like, sensational videos that young boys and girls are like making, and the kind of dialogues and explanations that they give, they have like millions of views or thousands of views. And here is a senior professor like shedding pearls of wisdom, and barely like 500 views and 1000 views is what I'm seeing. Few years back, not now. Now the views have caught up. The same had happened to Y Singh sir's video. So Yogendra Singh is a senior sociologist, and like he had given a concept of modernity of Indian tradition, which is important for GS students in paper 1 Indian society. When you talk about globalization, impact of globalization on Indian society, so to reflect upon the impact, how tradition is continuing despite modernity, how tradition is continuing, how it is continuing, why it is continuing, what are the changes. That is something which you can understand more thoroughly when you know Vaising sir's concept. So Vaising sir took, we call him Vaising, his name is Yogendra Singh. So his lecture on social change was available on YouTube. Okay, and imagine all the wisdom coming from the horse's mouth. And that video, like some like 4 or 5 years back, it had just 5,000 views. That's it. And the same professor's concept of modernization of Indian tradition, some other fellow had made a video. It was fine, it was decent, not sensational, decent. But he was not an academician, not a professor, just a regular, like normal guy. And that video had 88,000 views. I'm like, oh my God. Like you can understand the gaps. So I'm sharing this because in the world of academics and intellect, there can be a gap. How you people are reaching out to it, or how you are processing it. So, with respect to philosophers and thinkers, I will advise that beyond the lecture, what I create today as well as on Monday, it is advisable that please, in your private capacity, if you like, can listen to few like about few philosophers and thinkers through university professors, whether assistant professor, like associate professor, dean, whatsoever, doesn't matter. But from a university professor, it will be better, because information is authentic, it is detailed, there is no cut shot, there is no rush. Concepts are explained like with thoroughness. Examples are like I would say academic and rich in nature. Okay, so even though initially it can be tedious, you can always listen at 1.25x or 1.5x speed, but it is advisable go through academicians videos, professors videos, not sensational videos, because this topic will need a lot of extra listening and reading. And as you are talking about, ma'am, with channels, university professors channels, like you have IIT Chennai having philosophy courses posted free of cost, open. Okay, so you can listen to IIT Madras, not Chennai, IIT Madras lecture series related to philosophy. Okay, so there is a professor who has given lectures pertaining to John Locke and this and that. You can listen to him also. You can find once in a while IIT Kanpur professor has also posted few videos. You can find some other professors also which are associated with CEC and NPTTL. Okay, so you can see that also. IGNU also has its own listing. So that's what. Fine. So no, it is in English only, Akhilesh, not in Hindi. All right. The thinkers and philosophers, no, nothing to do with sociology. Vanshika, I'm talking about philosophy, philosophers. Okay, I gave an example of Yogendra Singh sir because he is also a thinker and he is also a sociologist. So with him, what had happened, I saw online, and I'm like, that's something which is quite displeasing. And but the thing is, you don't expect the masses to behave academically open and exposed and rich. Okay, there's a bandwagon which the masses follow, but you, as a sound, we can say academically aware and conscious aspirant, you can choose the right sources, and then I'm guiding you, right? So that is something which can help you to the right set of understanding. Yes, you can read this topic of Western philosophers and thinkers from the book. Okay, I hope that from Subbarao, when you read philosophers and thinkers, a basic overview will be given who the thinker is and what the person is talking. So I'm quite sure that you will bit by bit be able to catch up. Start first with Indian philosophers and thinkers, read that, and then move to Western philosophers and thinkers. Because by the time you'll move to Western philosophers and thinkers, I'll be teaching that, explaining that. All right. Now, so with respect to this, when we are talking about this given subsegment, we then move to this dimension, contribution of moral thinkers and philosophers. So in this given dimension, first and foremost, the question is, why are we discussing about them? What is the relevance of incorporating this topic in the syllabus? All right. So with respect to this, we all can ma'am, I've read political theory. Yes, yes, yes. Abhinav, if you have read political theory, that will help you. That will help you to connect. So Emil Durkheim is not needed, Prashant, for philosophers and thinkers. Okay, he was a sociologist. He had nothing to do with philosophy. He was a sociologist inquiring about division of labor, inquiring about sociological methodologies like social fact associated with suicide. So don't get distracted. Emil Durkheim won't be asked. Weber can be asked because Weber spoke of bureaucracy. He wrote exhaustively about bureaucracy. That's why Weber was important, but not Durkheim. Marx's opinion can be important because Karl Marx's opinion are associated with larger social concern. He was not a sociologist or economist or a philosopher. He was basically a journalist and he wanted to bring about revolution and change the world. For Marx, it is popularly said he is like a giant elephant in the room, and every discipline tries to touch Marx and have their own version of understanding who Marx is. So a person touches the feet and says that, oh, Marx is like the stump of a tree. Someone touches the trunk and says it is like a snake. Someone touches the ear and says it's like a fan. Someone touches the like tail and says it is like a rope. But Marx is none of it and all of it. So Karl Marx is larger than like disciplines. That's why he's taught across disciplines, in philosophy, in history, in political science, in sociology, in economics, all subjects. That's Karl Marx when you speak of him. And the poor guy has been he has been misquoted and he has been misinterpreted and abused even in his lifetime. In 1864 Berlin Conference, he himself said, I am not a Marxist. I don't know who is. Because during his lifetime, the ideology moved ahead of him. So all the things, even benevolent things he spoke of, that was something which was surpassed, and the insights pertaining to revolution, blood revolution, all that stuff, it shaped the possibility differently. So Karl Marx, yes, I mean, like, is quite relevant because he has shaped human history. The very conflict between Russia and US is nothing but capitalist ideology versus socialist ideology. So you can see the global order has been shaped, entire European history has been shaped. When we think of Eastern Europe being invaded by Russia, the socialist revolution reaching in different parts of Europe, and the resistance by Western Europe, and all the ideological frictions in between. China, like, talking about socialism politically, practicing capitalism economically, so all the frictions in between. The world is a very interesting place to live in when you actually get exposed to the world of ideologies and wisdoms. Okay, so happy learning to that. So why are we discussing about thinkers? Because in your academics, it is possible that because of having different subjects, you might not be exposed to these philosophers and thinkers. And understanding this, the UPSC examiner, or we can say academicians who designed the syllabus, they felt that getting exposed to philosophers and thinkers will be a founding stone, or it will lay the foundation stones of your personality. fixing your basic insights, fixing your basic, we can say, perceptions pertaining to what are the do's and don'ts, pertaining to what kind of breakthroughs are needed for you, pertaining to, we can consider, what kind of intellectual inspirations are needed for the future civil servant of India, who is a thinking, rationalizing individual, who is constantly motivated by moral code of conduct. So what kind of philosophies, ideas should touch upon the person? So the ideals are not coming in vacuum, it is arriving to you through philosophers and thinkers. So how about exposing you a bit to them? Because the UPSC examiner is aware that this is not an optional paper, this is a general studies paper. So a general awareness about the most important philosophers and thinkers is sufficient. Okay, general awareness. And even if you don't know few of them, if they are asked as quotes, there are methods to handle the question. So philosophers and thinkers are there so that you learn applying the world of wisdom through, we can say, the seniors, the, we can say, the intellectuals, the thinkers, the scholars who have shaped the world of wisdom with their insights and perspectives, and like exposed the world to new sets of ideologies to think, and created ethical approaches to solve problems of the world. Okay, that's why it is important to read them. Okay, now then another thing is, when all the thinkers and philosophers, all of them, are talking about right and wrong, then how come they are different from each other? That can also be a question, right? That when all of them are speaking about right and wrong, okay, then how come they all have different approaches? What is the reason? So the reason is there are different approaches to understanding the world of wisdom. Like, you already know that, like, there are different thinkers associated with different schools of thought, or interpreting the reality differently. Like, for example, if I speak of Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, they are guided by the virtue approach. Similarly, if I speak of Bentham, John Stuart Mill, they are guided by, we can say, utilitarian approach, right? So there are different approaches, methods to understand the reality by different philosophers. So due to different approaches, we have different interpretations to the idea of what is right and what is wrong. And this interpretation will help you build the content for ethics as well as essay, right? I hope you all are able to get a basic exposure to this. Malinowski, no. Bronislaw Malinowski is also not needed. He's a structural functionalist, and he's not needed in the world of philosophy per se. All right, Vivek? Now, so when we are talking about these types of questions, there are two types of questions which are raised from this area, thinkers and philosophers. So first we can see is direct questions, and second is indirect questions. This indirect question is pertaining to these two areas also. So indirect questions can be asked in application form, or they can be asked in quotation based questions. Okay. So what are direct questions? Let us understand that. So direct questions, if I speak of it, it can be associated with, we can like consider a straightforward question that discuss about, like, maybe Gandhi, or discuss about John Rawls, or discuss about, like, Kautilya, any one of them, and a segment associated with their philosophy, like Gandhi's seven sins. Elaborate or substantiate Gandhi's seven sins. How would you save yourself from it? Or discuss like John Rawls' philosophy, or Kautilya's, we can say like wisdom in helping in governance, okay, or helping the challenges pertaining to soft power and smart power, the difference between soft power, beyond soft power and smart power, why we can say military power is essential. So something like that. So when we are talking about Kautilya, a lot of segments pertaining to present day IR, like string of pearls theory, which China follows, and even we tend to follow it. That is something which is a byproduct of Kautilya's work. like in Arthashastra, he discusses about this as a Raj Mandala theory. The Raj Mandala theory today is taught in IR as string of pearls theory, whereby China tries to, like, surround India, like controlling Bangladesh, controlling certain parts of, we can connect with, like, other than Bangladesh, this Sri Lanka, then Maldives. So, like, just surrounding you, controlling certain parts of Pakistan. So that's what. Anyway, so in the similar manner, indirect questions can be asked. The indirect questions can be associated with, we can see, quotation based questions or application based questions. Application based questions, like the wisdom is borrowed and it is helpful in case study. Okay, so like something like the wisdom is used in case studies. And like quotation based questions, yes, they are dominating, they are ruling the roost. Okay, so when we are talking about quotation based questions, how to respond to them. So wait, let me just erase something so that we have space to write, because I'm going to right now show you how quotation related questions are, we can say, responded. Okay, I'm glad to see that, like, you people are aware of the, like, Saptanga theory or iron curtain and all that. Amazing, amazing. That's so very enervating. Yes, Immanuel Kant can be asked, why not? As I observed, the ideology of sociology don't stood the test of time, but saying so capitalism stood, as we are experiencing now at large. Ideology of sociology? Do you imply socialism, Vishal? Are you mixing it? First, second, is it necessary right now, this discussion? When the core discussion is associated with Western philosophers and thinkers in general? Yeah. So let us focus on the prime purpose of what needs to be dealt with. Okay. Okay, you had world history classes also. Good, good, good. That must have fixed your basics. Now, so with respect to this, when, because the moment you said this given segment, I was like taken aback. Anyway, now, so like let us say, suppose for example, you get a question. Okay, be the change you want to see in the world. This is quotation by Gandhi. So suppose this is how you are given quotations. You are given that this is the quotation, substantiate. So in such quotation based questions, students have a tendency to first explain the quote. After explaining, like defining the quote, sometimes they change the language, repeat their own concept once again. So repeat it by changing the language on the loop. Sometimes they provide a short story or an anecdote related to the quotation, and jai ho, done. So it's more like a mini essay. And in this given situation, what happens is, like, a student has a tendency to lose marks because multi-dimensional links, philosophical links are missing in the answer. Okay, so when you get a quotation related question, how are you supposed to respond to it? Let us see. Okay, in a phase based manner, let us see. So first and foremost, first explain how. Okay, so first explain the quotation, the purpose of the quotation. So explain the quotation as in its purpose. So you discuss how the quotation is related to internal changes. How internal changes lead to external changes. They are more vital, internal changes. In the absence of internal changes, real external change, outward change will not happen. Like I remember Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, when it was started, the PM really made an effort. The first video that was released, I saw and I was like, wow, that was something, because he kept working for some time period in cleaning the area. But the later on videos were sham of different ministers, like someone is taking a broom and doing shuk shuk, and then, like, applying some sanitizer, and all that drama was captured. And common people or the poor man or even the illiterate people can sense inauthenticity. So when you are, like, doing some drama, that is something which is not going to impact. Only when you are exercising the change from within, that it will bring about the change outside. Like suppose there are so many ministers that go for rally, and they go for visiting villages or different areas. Whenever they see like dirt or dust or something like that, they can ask for gloves, wear the gloves, and just pick the trash and throw it here and there. And before starting the speech, just fold hands and say, this is your area. If you stay neat and clean, you shall stay healthy. If you are healthy, the country is healthy, everything is good, and then we are happy, because your health is associated with our happiness. If something like that is communicated, this little gesture can go a long way. Okay, so it's like genuinely owning up or taking up the responsibility. So being the change you want to see in the world, you, when you own up the change, when you endorse the change, when you live the change. Anyway, so after this, if possible, you know the thinker, then you can also substantiate about the thinker's life, how the thinker has lived that quotation, okay, or is associated with the ideological understanding and manifestation of the thinker, if you can connect with that. So for example, here you can give examples from Gandhiji's life. Gandhiji's life, that how in the sense of dressing, how in the sense of sanitation, cleaning, like picking the, like we can say, the trash, and also human excreta, he did that. His Dandi march, salt satyagrah, you can connect that, right? Then in the third para, discuss what other philosophers have said about the same, the same quote. Okay, that means what I imply to say is establish cross connections. When you're establishing cross connections, it makes sense. Like, for example, Buddha. Has Buddha said something similar? Or, like, let's say, has Stoicism incorporated anything related to it? So, Zeno, who was a Stoic, has he said something? Confucius, when we are speaking of him, so has Confucius spoken something similar? So, reflect, connect. Okay. So, for example, if I speak of Confucius, he had said something similar when he said that do unto others. I mean, this is the translated version of what he said. So, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Okay. So, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Yes, 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 Ashmi. You can also think of the Jaggery story. The Jaggery and the, like, the mother coming and requesting him to, like, tell the child, scold the child, and discourage. So, Jaggery story also. You can connect. So, when we are speaking of such possibilities, then when you are able to recall a similar quotation or something like that, a similar ideology, I still remember there was this Bhagwati Charan Verma, a writer whose novel was Chitralekha. It was in Hindi. I had read it. In that, there was a sentence. It was the idea of sin, which is also discussed in Bible, that sin is nothing but doing unto others what we won't like them to do to us. It was something like that, slightly different, but like similar in spirit. That sin is nothing but doing something to others which we won't like they doing to us. So that was so simplistic, that पाप कुछ नहीं है, बल्कि हम दूसरों के साथ ऐसा कर दें जो हम नहीं चाहेंगे वो हमारे साथ करें. So that was something which was very simplistic but wholesome. So, similarly, if you have read any such pearls of wisdom, you can recall, pick, and connect. Then you can associate it with the fourth para. The fourth para is associated with present day relevance. Present day relevance. Today only I was talking about sound healing, and just few minutes back, these Kavadiyas, they must be passing by, and some very high, loud end speaker And as I was teaching, because I was just trying to compose myself as I was explaining these Western philosophers and thinkers, it was like boom, boom, boom. And I was literally like, vibrating over here because of that loud music. I just desist this version of, this version and this interpretation of religion. Religion was never about this. The spiritual pursuits were never about this. And like the kind of, I would say, impact it creates on the body and the ear, it is like painful. It is like something which makes you so uncomfortable. Anyway, so with respect to, yes, even Gandhi had said that hate the sin, love the sinner. So, so with respect to this, when we are talking about it, is there no floods? It is in eastern parts of Delhi, and that's not required for this present day discussion. Okay, so present day relevance, you can first and foremost understand why such a quote, any quotation which has been asked, so why such a quote has been asked, has been asked, what is its relevance in the present times? Okay, so means can we connect the quotation, the relevance of that statement in present day's problems? Is there something problematic in present day that for removing that challenge or for removing that problem, we need to follow this philosophy or this principle that is proposed as a quotation? Like, for example, with respect to this quotation, we can connect this idea that everyone wants clean environment, isn't it? So everyone wants clean environment, but without cleaning it himself or herself, right? And here, when we are speaking of this given subsegment, you can also connect it with, like, for example, when we are discussing about it, you can share a similar idea related to corruption. People want corruption free society, but given a chance, they don't want to free themselves from corruption. Similarly, the idea related to climate change, people want climate change to stop, but they don't want to take any step to stop the climate change. Chlorofluorocarbons are flowing out of our houses through refrigerator, microwaves, through like air conditioners. So that's what we all can understand that, right? So you can talk of this thing. So walking the talk. So when we are talking about the conclusion, before like giving the conclusion, you can also give a counter perspective, if possible, related to the topic, if there is any scope for, if there is scope for counter perspective. Counter perspective. So it is saying that be the change you want to see in the world. What is the counter perspective? So I can give you an example that once the DGP of UP was asked that why is the crime rate so high? So he gave the counter perspective rather than giving the answer why crime rate is so high in UP. He said, why are you people choosing? Why are you choosing criminals to power? So like leaving you to think, getting it, that's counter perspective. So he said that why are you people choosing criminals when you know that someone has been charged with cases of rape, murder, abduction, and when you're choosing such leaders and garlanding them, and when these people are climbing to power, why will they not exercise unethical methods, coerce the police to take unethical decisions, and all kinds of problems which the society is suffering from? So it is emanating from your decision. Okay, so be the change you want to see in the world, not directly saying that, but indirectly saying that the moment he is asked that why is crime rising, so why are you voting? So counter perspective, if there is any. Okay, and then definitely in the conclusion, you can talk about walking the talk. Walking the talk means practicing what you preach, and that is how you can end the answer. So that is how in 5 phases you can discuss about this given possibility. All right. Okay, Sravani, as I will be discussing about conscience. Okay. So voice of conscience, crisis of conscience, all that is asked. So I'll try to share one of the model answers as written by one of the selected students. All right. So that's how you are able to understand. So I have not given language to it, an elaboration to it, Labdhi, if you can see that. What should I do if I do not have any idea about similar quotations? It's okay. It's okay. You can skip that para. You can always skip that para. Counter perspective is like giving an alternate whereby you're questioning what is happening. Like I gave you the example of the DGP of UP. The moment it was said that why is the crime rate high, so he said, why are you electing corrupt politicians? That means you start the change, you want to see the world, so don't blame the world what's going wrong. So getting it, it's counter perspective, you are questioned back. So that's what, with respect to this. Okay, so I hope all of you are getting clear with this given segment. Oh, I understand, Vivek, why the font size is not clear, because you want the green color. You are dying to see the green color since then. I have never seen a child being so restless about the color being used. The only child in the class who is just expecting that I just change the yellow color and start using the green color. And that's why suddenly the font size is not getting clear. Whereas all previous slides were having similar font, but never ever the problem emanated. So I sense you, I feel you. What if we give counter will not be negative? Okay, so well, if we are talking about counter will it not be negative? No, no, no. If it is in consonance with the quotation, it's not negative, because it shows that you can think the same quotation from multidimensional angles, multidimensional realities, right? That's what it means. No, 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 it won't like exceed Labdhi, because precision is something which you practice and you gain it. Okay. Okay, green color is more visible. No problem. Then I'll choose green color next session onwards. Don't worry. So, okay, Vivek, you win. You win with your like momentum and constantly uh, pushing it. So, I will be using green. A lot of students are saying that green is clearer. My consideration was in when you take a printout, because in this purple color, yellow is more distinct. It is clear. Green, when we see it on the screen over here, no, it doesn't look as distinct as yellow, because yellow is creating a contrast. Green does not create that contrast. So the concern is, if someone is taking a printout, will the printout be that clear? That is the concern. Because if the printout is like, let's say, the photocopier is using a darker shade, slightly darker shade, then in that sense, the green color can get submerged. I was not addressing this issue for some time. Okay, so in that case, I was little concerned, and that's why I was choosing the color yellow. And yes, as it is also approved by Himanshu, that in taking printouts, it gets affected. So that was the reason I was choosing yellow. All right, Vivek, because you have been like pushing this issue for past half an hour, and thrice I ignored it, because I was concerned about those who are taking a printout. So because I have to address the concerns of every student, no? Yeah, if it was not the issue of printout, then yellow or green, I'm good with all. In fact, in school days, my house was green. I was a sports person and I was associated with greenhouse, so I would have happily chosen that color. I've endorsed the t-shirt for almost a decade in my life, so I don't mind taking green. So, okay, it comes green color as printout. It is readable if only if someone is taking a colored printout. No, Vivek, someone is not taking colored printout. It's expensive. Take color printout. Someone is taking like black and white printout. Green will get submerged. Think about it once. Now, so when we are discussing about this, with respect to this dimension, okay, fine, fine, let's get back to the segment. So when we are discussing about this, we all can reflect upon the domain of philosophy, because it is philosophers and thinkers. So philosophy, as you know, it is love for wisdom, and philosophy is the mother of all disciplines. That's why we do MPhil, PhD, masters in philosophy of any subject. So the world of wisdom, the love for wisdom, is something which is determining the domain of philosophy. PhD in physics, PhD in chemistry, PhD in this, PhD in that. PhD is for philosophy. Philosophy in doctorate of any discipline, X discipline. So philosophy is the mother of all disciplines. Okay, if you see like Isaac Newton, if I'm talking about it, he, like his book, if I quote, the name of the book was Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. So mathematical principles of natural philosophy, so that is also focusing on what? It is focusing on philosophy. Okay, so philosophy is the mother of all disciplines, though philosophy later bifurcated into multiple wings. So when we are talking about natural philosophy, it is related to science like physics, chemistry, like the component of this astronomy, biology. All this is natural philosophy of natural science. We can think of moral philosophy. Moral philosophy, the study of right, wrong, ethics, descriptive ethics, normative ethics, like applied ethics, all of it. Similarly, metaphysical, when we speak of metaphysical philosophy, so metaphysical philosophy will be study of abstract, study of religion, study of God. Okay, similarly, political philosophy, philosophy of aesthetics, social philosophy, multiple branches. So philosophy is mother of all disciplines, mother of all subjects when we speak of it. So this discussion will continue in the next session, all right? And we will be discussing about the Western philosophers and thinkers in the next session. Please go through the bullet notes at least to begin with. As you gain composure, you also try to read the book. All right. So let us meet once again on Monday. Happy weekend, people. Study well and study happily and joyously. Learn and learn and learn, because this is what you're supposed to do. This is what you've chosen to do at this age and stage of life. So bring honor to it. All right, then. Thank you and take care. Payal, how to decode quotations? This has been discussed. Okay. So read the quotation, interpret the quotation more thoroughly. Fine then. Thank you. Good night.